Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the seventh round of the Rilton Cup. Today, this is Omar Salama speaking to you. I was yesterday and the day before. Today, I have the pleasure to have Grandmaster Alex Colovic. I hope I Colovic, yes. I've been practicing the name. It's a bit always tricky. And he will join me in the live commentary. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
And today we have a special thing because the Rilton match starts and we have Swedish number one Grandmaster Nils Grandelius playing against Africa's and Egypt number one Grandmaster and Dr. Bassem Amin. Bassem was doing the commentary yesterday, and for the audience, if you don't know him, he's the highest rated player in the African history, and he has been strong Grandmaster, sometimes above 2700, and he has been scoring very good scores against top and elite world-class players. And of course, Nils Grandelius, I do not need to introduce him much. Swedish number one, and everyone in Sweden knows him very well. He's a very nice and decent guy. Also, in Iceland, we used to have him in Reykjavik Open regularly coming to play. And we had a small chat before the round starts, before their match. I was by the board greeting them, and he told me, "Do you know what did I do today, Omar?" And then I asked him, "No, probably preparing," and said, yes, apart from that. I said, "What did you do?" He said, "I signed for the Reykjavik Open this year."
So great news, actually.
It would be nice to have him in Reykjavik and Iceland.
That's great.
Alex, have you played in Reykjavik Open before?
Oh, yeah, you know the answer to that.
I know the answer to that,
twice.
But this is always...
I played twice, yeah.
He played twice.
It was a great experience, yeah. And I'm always looking forward to coming back. And I think next year it's in April, right?
True. It's by the end of March, beginning of April.
Right.
And back to the Rilton Cup. Have you ever played in the Rilton Cup?
Actually, no.
Not yet?
No.
Not yet?
Never. This is my first time in Sweden, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
First time, and I'm happy to be here. So I've always been kind of intrigued by the Rilton Cup because it's a very nice tournament, finishing the 1 year, and starting in the 1 year and finishing in the next one. And you have very nice celebrations on the 1st of January, free day.
Wonderful.
and something I've always wanted to visit and play. Okay, never happened, but now I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
Wonderful. Maybe in the future.
Yeah,
hopefully
sure.
in the future.
Why not? Of course.
So shall we take a look at the game of today, the match? We start with it and then we go to the round.
Yes, we can start with the match, yeah. So, Amin with white, e4, c5.
There is nothing special by Amin. I think he plays always e4.
Normal stuff.
Yeah, some of the strong players, they play e4, d4, knight f3, but he has been very traditional on this.
But I think also in a match, when you prepare for one player in a match, you're trying to build a strategy around the openings a little bit. So probably when he was preparing for Niels, and he was like looking at the different openings Niels is playing, and he thought that, okay, maybe his best chance is to go e4, and as we see here, he went for the Moscow variation, because Niels likely wanted to play the Najdorf, knight f3, d6, and now bishop b5. No Najdorf, something calmer.
Exactly.
Okay, and now bishop d7.
He's also very well known, Bassem, that he goes to the King's Indian attack. And he talked a lot about it yesterday. So bishop b5 may be his second choice against the Sicilian.
Even though I think the King's Indian attack against d6 is not probably that great, because black has not committed the e-pawn yet. So what is normally considered best setup against the King's Indian attack is this setup with e5. So black can play e5 immediately. Okay, the basic setup is knight c6, g6, bishop g7, e5, knight g7. And that's why it's kind of commonly accepted that you play the King's Indian attack once black has committed to play e6 first.
Play e6,
then at least it's with a tempo less.
Perfect.
So that's why
So it's a good choice by both of them.
Yeah, so bishop d7, queen d7. This was considered the main line for a very long time. But lately, players have preferred the move on move 3, knight d7. So I don't know if we can make the moves on the board, or we just comment.
Sure.
So on move 3, they have started playing knight d7 instead of bishop d7. No, not here. The previous move. Instead of
so after bishop b5 check, knight d7.
It's an attempt to kind of keep more pieces on the board, to keep the game more complicated. And it has been the most popular move lately, where white has again a wide choice. Even bishop a4 is a move here. But in a match, again, the most important thing is not to lose.
Exactly.
And that's why bishop d7 is considered the safest and the most solid choice that black has. So I'm not surprised by.
And maybe also Nils
choice.
says, okay, if I make a draw with the black pieces for the in the first game, that's a good start, and we can
get into the match slowly, and of course not losing with black in a match is always a good result. So this is I think understandable choice. Yeah.
Perfect.
So bishop d7, queen d7, c4. That's normally how they play. Knight f6, knight c3, g6.
So it's
d4 takes. And bishop g7, and now white is thinking, and normally in this position he has a choice to make where to develop the bishop from c1. It can go to e3, but it can also go to b2. So a move like b3 is interesting here. Actually, I've looked at this a little bit, and it's actually quite an interesting line. It has been played by Michael Adams some time ago. He won some nice games, I think. And it's an interesting line and a bit less known than the usual, let's say, lines when the bishop goes to e3. So it's, was thinking. So let's see what he comes up with here. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks also like maybe the Morozzi pawn structure somehow white got rid of the white squared bishop.
Yes.
Could it be slightly different than the normal ones?
Yeah. This is why it's considered slightly more comfortable for white.
Okay.
These structures because of the absence of the light squared bishops. But black normally is very solid and should be fine. Again. Typical, like you could say, match strategy when white is slightly more comfortable in pressing without risk.
Exactly.
And black is willing to suffer maybe a little bit in a very slightly, we could say, worse position.
Yeah.
But with good chances.
With very solid, still solid.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wonderful. A great start for the match for both gentlemen, I would say, because they are really real gentlemen of chess, both of them.
Very nice guys, yeah.
And now we can have a look on round 7.
Rilton Cup,
Round 7. If we check the standings, let me have a look and tell you who is leading. We have 3 players with 5 points, and they are playing on the top board. We have Radvik and Pranesh, and both of them are Indian players. And then comes sharing with them with 5 points from Norway international master Ilham Abdurrauf. So let's check on the board 1.
Yeah. So board 1, this is probably an error 1-0 because it's not 1-0.
It's the wrong.
It's a result in the relay, wrong result in the relay.
Yeah.
They are still playing.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so definitely we have still a game.
Yeah, so it's an exchange Slav. So c4,
d4,
c6,
d5.
takes. Bishop f4.
Okay.
Knight c6, e3. Knight f6, knight c3, bishop f5, knight f3, 6, queen b3, bishop b4, knight e5. There is quite a long theory here.
Okay.
I've played this with white. I've looked at it and forgotten most of it by now. I haven't played it in a while. I remember I have looked at this so much, and I remember before every game I had when expecting the Slav, I would revise, and it was. I was remembering stuff back then, when I was revising. But once you stop revising, it's gone. After a while, it's gone.
That's the difficultness in chess.
That's modern chess actually.
And you have to be updated and checking the theory. The games are coming every week.
All the time.
And so on.
It's a constant treadmill. You can't get off it, because if you do, you lag behind and you can't play your lines anymore.
No, you have to keep updated.
Exactly. So this is Queen a5. There were other moves, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so he chose here Queen a5.
All theory, I remember. So Knight c6, bc6, a3. That has been played.
Okay, so knight takes knight.
Yeah.
Pawn takes knight, and then a3.
So I guess what White's trying to do here is that he wants to provoke bishop takes c3, and then he can capture both with a queen and a pawn, and he's trying to play with a pair of bishops. So that's this slight advantage that he has.
Okay.
And that's what he's hoping. That's why I'm not so sure if Queen a5 was the best move in this position.
Because White also controls the B
b8 square.
b8
so
square. There is
exactly.
no rook coming on the
Exactly.
line. So
Exactly.
and yeah, but do you think he will exchange? I think bishop e7 looks to be.
Yeah, that's also possible. Then
And then queen b7. Is it something or
Queen
too
B7.
ambitious?
no, why not? Queen b7.
Queen b7. You are stopping castling and
Yeah, and the rook is hanging. So
yes. So it's
no,
not so
probably
easy.
he should take.
He should take on c3.
Probably he should take on c3.
Yeah,
Okay,
and he
c2.
does it exactly the
Yeah,
same
so
moment.
now we see the decision by white whether he takes with a pawn with the or queen.
Bishop c3,
Okay,
queen c3. Okay, exchanging queens as well. And
Yeah,
says
so this is safe. This is really safe for
Yeah.
white. And basically, what all white players when they play the exchange love, this is their dream. Okay,
yeah.
just some safe advantage, no risk, and just play forever.
And if we think about it, also the b1 square is controlled by
Yes.
the bishop on f5.
So the b file is open, but nobody can actually control it with the rook.
But if I remember well, I read somewhere in the symmetrical position, if you have the bishop pair, it's like 1-0, something like that.
Oh yeah.
Maybe it's too much,
Yeah.
too much said, but in symmetrical pawn structure with a bishop pair
Yeah.
advantage, it's more or less.
It's very comfortable for white because you can see the pawn structure c6, d5, e6. They're all on light squares, and he has these dark square weaknesses.
Yes.
So the dark square bishop is quite strong in this case. So it's very pleasant. I think it's a good opening choice for white, and probably not the best opening preparation by black.
Yes.
So it's something that it's like dream scenario for white in this game. I think.
Okay. We checked the second game, which the result already there, but we believe that it's not correct. Sometimes the boards, the transmission put the result for some sensitivity or something, but
Yeah.
okay,
So
let's start.
See,
It was an e4,
C5,
C5.
knight f3.
so Ilham, one of the leaders with 5 points out of 6, playing Ilyas Mirin, very strong grandmaster and very well-known theoretician as well. Works a lot on openings and writing books.
Yeah. And he has quite a limited repertoire actually, Smirin. Okay, he's always been a great King's Indian player with black, and also with black against d4. He's normally been playing this Khan Sicilian after d4, cd4, knight d4, a6. But here we see white actually going for the Alapin on move 3. C3.
So he doesn't want to go into a theoretical debate
No.
with
I think
Ilya.
that's pretty smart because you don't want to enter in your opponent's territory.
Mm.
And c3 normally is quite a safe choice for white. So knight f6, d5.
Especially it's a bit tricky the move order because you can play e4,
c5, c3,
c5, and then c3. Then
But
black
this
is not committed to e6.
Exactly. This is what I was going to add. That the normal it's considered slightly more limiting for black when he has put the pawn on e6 already. But if he plays the system that Smirin played, that it's really irrelevant because he could have played the same system even without the pawn on e6. He could have played it later.
True.
So knight f6, e5, knight d5, bishop c4, knight c6, castle d6.
Okay, there is something here just for. Sorry, I went too much far. If we go here, is it possible to take on d5 somehow and play a move like queen b3?
Maybe. Never seen that played before, but
No.
Yeah, we can check. Okay, let's say bishop
If
d5,
we say bishop d5,
d5,
somehow doubling the pawns
Yeah,
here, they
queen-
look a little bit.
and
And queen b3. You somehow don't want as black to play a move like c4 or something
yes,
like that.
c4 queen b5 can become
But,
really strange.
d6 here, I think it's a good.
Yeah, d6, queen d5, bishop e6. Maybe it's a bit too risky for white. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe it's too risky.
I think so. If it somehow struck me. I think I've seen it somewhere, but I'm not sure if it was exactly the same position. But I think the same ideas for black. So this pawn somehow, if you grab it on d5,
It's
after
too early,
d6, bishop e6, and you will get a lot of play as black.
Yeah. No,
And-
this is probably
And we
too
can
risky.
see the development on the queen side is still backward,
Yeah.
still undeveloped. Okay, so
D6.
of course these players will not go for these variations.
Okay.
d6 was played, then d4,
Yes,
trying to support the
d3.
pawn on e5, taking, and bishop e7.
So this is a kind of a tabia because it's a system with this knight c6, d6, c6. You can play it against any move order in the Alapin. just play it automatically, and you can reach this position. And white has a choice here. Okay, queen e2, one of the main moves, but there is also rook e1, there is also a3, knight c3, all sorts of moves.
Many things in the book. And
so
we can see that Ilham is still at this moment playing very fast.
Yeah,
he
so
has 1 hour and 30
minutes. He prepared this definitely. So it's bishop queen e2.
Queen e2 was chosen.
Okay, short castle, and now knight c3.
Knight c3 challenging this, strong knight on
like
d5.
Big time theory. Take on e5, take on e5, take on c3, bc, and now black is thinking. There are again many moves here: queen c7, b6, queen a5. I remember. I remember when I was looking at this line from black's point of view. Actually, I was never feeling comfortable with that knight being on c6 and that bishop being stuck on c8. Theoretically, black is fine. You managed kind of to develop and so on. But I didn't like these prospects of white having an attack on the king side with like ideas. I don't know.
Bishop d3, maybe queen e4 and rook d1.
Yeah, exactly.
Rook lift d3 and then something like that. Yeah.
There are like some really forcing lines in here, theoretical lines, but I was never really comfortable, and I was always looking for lines when the knight was staying on b8 and the bishop was getting developed faster, whether by b6, bishop d7, or bishop d7, bishop c6. So I was always, this was my preference, but of course it's like personal and
yeah, in my opinion, I totally agree with you. I think here I would choose white for here. You have a concession in the pawn structure for sure on the queen side, but you have also space in the center and on the king side, and you have activity of the pieces. So somehow we are still in the middle game. I would, or early middle game, I would choose. And it's not so easy to develop the bishop.
Theoretically, black is fine, but practically, I think it's easier to play with black. And
you need to have a lot of experience as a black player to handle the small problems.
To navigate, exactly.
To navigate your. Exactly. So we will leave them in peace now, and we continue watching the next third.
Okay, what do we have here?
Whom do we have? Nikita Mishkovs from Latvia. 2566, and Yair Parhov 2470, and I think both of them they have 4.5 points.
Okay, so what do we have here? D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. The Nimzo.
Some Nimzo, okay. Indian, e3, Rubinstein.
Yeah, okay, bishop d3, d5, and a3. This line actually, okay, d5, a3. This actually became popular after Grishuk started playing it in some online faster time controls, and he discovered some interesting ideas. Again, objectively, black is fine, but it's a way for white to get a playable position in the Nimzo, which is
playing d5 directly.
Not always easy.
Yeah. The most common was something like c5. Somehow.
That's the main line. c5, knight f3, and so on. But a3, it's an attempt to get a more lively game. Normally, what black does here is he takes on. Okay, he took on c4. This is a bit rare.
Yeah.
Normally it's bishop c3, bc, and then either c5 or dc4 then.
Yeah. So the main variation, as Alex is telling us,
bishop c3.
We can check it together. Bishop takes c3.
bc, and now either c5 immediately or dc4. Normally they play dc4.
Okay.
Yeah, let's say dc4, bishop c4, and c5.
And then comes c5, trying to challenge this center.
And normally, black has a smooth development. Queen comes to c7, b6, bishop a6, or bishop b7, knight c6. Very smooth. But white has a solid center and pair of bishops. And I remember there was one of these Grishuk games I mentioned when he played f4 before developing the knight on f3.
Okay.
At some point, I don't remember when exactly, but at some point he went for this.
f4 and knight f3. And
so it's a way to get something in the Nimzo, something more, let's say,
lively,
less explored.
Yes,
less explored. But this is interesting what Meshkov's played because
he chose something. Yesterday, I remember his game. He chose, I think, the Trompovsky and against younger opponent and trying to get out of theory and then he got really the position. In my opinion, it was an equal position, but it's very playable. And then he managed to win the game.
Yeah, maybe that's his style. And this is actually an interesting point. He doesn't take on c3 and go c5. He goes bishop e7.
He decided not to go into the
So knight f3.
Preparation.
But what happens if e4? I mean, I don't know if you can go e4. Like the point is to
here.
Yeah, I mean the point of the Nimzo is to prevent e4. Yeah.
True. Somehow
So
black lost the.
I don't know. Okay, c5. He must play c5, but then I don't know what's going on. Maybe he analyzed this c5, d5. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's fine for black, but definitely e4 is a move that needs to be checked because you play bishop before on move 3 to prevent e4, and now you're going back to e7, and you allow e4. So
true. Somehow like white did not or black did not get anything from bishop before maneuver.
Yeah, bishop before bishop e7, and you like I don't know.
E4 and c5 will be answered by.
Well, either knight f3 or d5. I don't know.
Knight f3, something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. Just
very interesting.
I haven't seen this before, so.
Okay, so if we go back here, e3 and d5.
Yeah,
e3. Very.
And now normally you take on c3 to prevent e4.
Yes.
Yeah, to keep control over the e4 square. But now it's.
Okay, knight to f3, c5 directly.
Yeah, now maybe it's kind of.
Not so easy to play e4.
Not so easy to play e4, and also it resembles more like a queen's gambit accepted position.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So some.
But still, you need to play a6 and something
A6,
like
b5
this.
or b6, bishop b7. Yeah. So if black manages to do that, he'll be fine.
Knight to c6. Position is about equal, I think.
Yeah. I mean.
Because still, maybe white will continue with queen e2, the same as the rook d1 and so on.
Or maybe some endgame, dc5, exchange queens, symmetrical endgame, queens gambit accepted style.
Also it's possibility.
Depends. So this is round 7 actually. So white is trailing by half a point behind the leaders, right?
Yes, white and black, I think they have both of them 4.5 points.
So it depends on their ambition in the tournament. I mean, if they want to push for first place or something, they probably will try to win. But if they want to keep it solid, maybe still 2 more rounds after this one. So maybe it's just trying not to lose and have a good finish. So we'll see.
And now we can see
another Nimzo, yeah?
Another Nimzo.
Okay.
And we have here on board number 4 Hampus from Sweden, international young Hampus Sorensen, and Fru Olavur Kedal from Norway. Yesterday he got a win by default, Hampus, if I remember well, and we were a bit worried about it, and we checked. His opponent was sick, so we asked, and he didn't feel well, and it was a very responsible decision not to show up at the board. Okay, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and then we have again another battle. One of the most popular openings for black against d4.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's somehow very old, more than 150 years old in the database, and still.
Yeah, it's a great opening actually. In a way, sometimes I would say it's an ideal opening because it's a good mixture of great solidity, but also enough complexity to play to obtain an interesting game.
Exactly.
Play for more.
You follow the rules. You take the pieces out. You castle quickly, and then
you fight for the center. So it's also all in there. And bishop d2. This is the popular line lately. White is basically stopping the wrecking of his queenside structure after bishop c3.
So simply, if black decides to capture here, we'll recapture with the bishop, and we'll have the pawn structure
intact.
Exactly.
So this has been quite popular.
But at the same time, it looks a bit passive.
It does, yeah. But after you say 150 years, white has tried everything against the Nimzo. And
so why not bishop d2?
They're trying like what's left, yeah?
Exactly.
So it's as good as any try because white having tried everything and there's no advantage. So he's trying, since there is no advantage, let's try something more fresh. Yeah?
More fresh.
So d5, that's normally how they play. Knight f3. And now knight b7, that's still kind of okay. They play b6, usually that's the most popular choice. But knight b7 is still okay. And now rook c1 and c6. This is kind of a more rare setup.
He's going for the
semi-Slav kind of setup,
with d6, with e6 and c6.
And after bishop d3, queen e7, and that's the position on the board we have now. Yeah. So this is actually shows that black is not quite content with these normal lines with b6, and he goes for this semi-Slav setup, which in a way, I mean, I'm not sure. Probably it is justified by white putting bishop on d2 and, as you say, being a bit more passive. But on the other hand, the bishop on b4 is not ideal in these semi-Slav setups.
No.
So black will need to spend a move going back to d6. And then how this will pan out, I'm not quite sure, because normally when you have this semi-Slav setup, black is striving to push e5, yeah? But
True.
Take on c4,
Take on
push
c4
e5.
and then e5.
But now he spends a move on bishop d6. I'm not sure if white is fast enough, let's say, going castle and pushing e4, because that's white's main idea in the semi-Slav pushing e4. So the rule of thumb is if white manages to do that, he has some advantage. So even though then again e4, dc4, bishop c4, e5 is a possible reaction for black. So it's all kind of nuanced here. But I mean, okay, Urkedal, he must have prepared this and I mean, probably came to the conclusion in his preparation that it's playable and then he's not going to be worse. So if that is the case, then this is probably a very interesting alternative to the main lines with b6 for black. So it will be interesting to see how white
this game will develop.
Yeah.
Okay, we move to board number 5, and the very polite and nice grandmaster with the white pieces, Kaido Kolautos from Estonia, and we have international master Pranesh Vupala from India.
So we have a Spanish here, Rui Lopez, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6. Kaido always plays the main lines, so he's not afraid of these theoretical discussions.
No.
But now black chooses this, I don't know what the name of this is, Neo-Arkhangelsk Kachiev variation. What else? There are also some other names which they cross my mind. Mueller variation also. So many names, I don't know which one is correct.
No, a lot of theory.
One of the most popular ones and quite a difficult one for white to obtain anything really. But that's most solid openings. This is the case already. White doesn't have any advantage. No. So it's a matter of choice, basically, what you play. So Kaido goes for c3, and it's curious because normally they flick in a4 at some point, but he doesn't.
No, he goes for the center, most principal.
Yeah, exactly. C3,
and go
d4.
Bishop b5, bishop a4, bishop b6, c3, d4.
Yeah, c3, d4, bishop b6, bishop e3, short castle. Note that knight e4, bishop d5 drops a piece, so short castle, knight bd2.
If knight e4 here, as Alex says. Okay, let's move it for the audience as well. This is a nasty pawn, a poison pawn.
Yeah, knight e4.
Let's do the...
I don't know if you can move actually.
I'm not sure. Instead of castling?
Instead of castling, knight e4.
Knight e4, and then we can play bishop d5 immediately for king 2
very nasty
knights.
Attack,
yes. Yeah. Okay.
So that short castle, knight bd2, h6, threatening knight g4 because before knight g4 was going to be met by bishop g5.
Yes.
So h6, h3.
And also maybe if he wants to move the rook. And then knight g5 might be annoying, so h6,
preventing knight g4.
Exactly.
Rook e8 now, rook e1. This is all theory. Rook b8. Now I'm not sure about that. Bishop c2 covering the pawn on e4 and bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
So I mean, start of the game. Yeah, it's a complex.
White is almost fully developed. Black as well, and the center is somehow shared. Maybe white has a slight control over having two pawns there on e4 and d4, but things looks to be more or less equal.
And I mean, ideally white would like to be able to play knight f1, knight g3, but he cannot do that because of the pressure on the e4 pawn. Because if something like knight f1, then probably black can go ed4.
Then black can take here.
And then there is
let's play them.
Show the audience. ed4. And then the pawn on e4 is under attack.
And
there is also an additional idea of knight b4 hitting the bishop on c2 and attacking e4 one more time. So this is not possible for white.
No.
And so if he can put the knight on g3, he'll have a great position because the knight on d2 is a bit congesting white's position. And on g3 he can go to f5 and then white can start having ideas like queen d2, bishop h6, and so on.
And
but he can't do that now.
No.
So that's why normally white plays like now some waiting moves like
A4 maybe.
A4, A3, queen B1, even covering E4, stuff like this.
Yes.
So.
And then maybe I'm not sure if black has a threat of D5 at some moment to liquidate the center and equalize.
Black normally tries to do something in the center, whether immediately by D5 or taking on D4 and then moving the knight from C6 and opening both bishops, hitting the pawns on E4 and D4.
Yeah.
Sometimes C5 can be an idea. So it's a tense situation in the center. And
I think it's very complex, yes, and tense, and it offers both sides equal chances somehow.
Exactly.
Or chances,
it's a good fighting choice for both sides, and I think interesting middle game lies ahead because with all the pieces on the board, and everything is still open. Yeah.
Okay, we go for.
So the next one.
This next one, am I here correct? Yes.
Yeah.
This is the next board number 6.
Okay.
And we have with the white pieces international master Rakesh Kumar and international master Dominic Horvath. There is a 200 elo points difference, so there is some rating favorite for sure.
Yeah.
I think this is the highest somehow between the players that we can see now.
But
till now.
I have played I don't know how hundreds of open tournaments in my life, and what came to understand is that at the later stages of the event, okay, when the leaders are meeting, are playing between each other, the rating difference is not that important because what happens is that you have a FIDE master international master, but rated as a 2300.
Yes.
So you have a let's say theoretically weaker player, but who has a great tournament.
Yes.
And he has this great momentum in his favor, and this momentum and good form eliminates the rating difference. So
True.
It's difficult. Sometimes this is always trickier for the, let's say, rating-wise stronger opponent because it puts more pressure. He says, I got a good pairing,
Yes.
I should win. I have great
I
chances.
should.
Forgetting that player, he's having a good tournament, good momentum, good form, and actually maybe he's not even
more dangerous than
more
think,
dangerous, and maybe the stronger player is not even stronger at that particular moment.
Exactly.
So this is
so maybe it's better to look not to the now I come technical, which I understand quite a lot about it. Not checking the rating of the opponent, checking the RP, the rating performance of the player.
Exactly.
How did he or she perform during the last 6 rounds, for example?
Exactly.
In this
so if this guy is playing at the 2600 level, then you're not a favorite at all.
No.
It's
True.
So what we have is the notorious London system, yeah?
Okay, again a D4, but different than the
D5,
Nemzo.
yeah.
He chose the London system.
Yeah, very solid, yeah.
Sorry, how did I run all of this?
No, you should. It's the first game again. It should go.
Oh, okay. So maybe it was an update
6.
that I missed, and then we have here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
why does it come?
D4,
Here.
D5.
D4, D5.
Knight F3, Knight F6, Bishop F4, C5, E3. Many
C6.
ways to deal with the London system for.
Of course, if sometimes Queen B6 could be met by Knight C3.
Yes.
And then if you take on B2, for example.
Yeah,
sometimes black tries to attack quickly okay, one move here instead of Queen B6 because always said the bishop has left already quickly, so you can make a move like Knight C3, and if takes the pawn, then it's quite.
Knight B5, it's quite dangerous.
Knight B5 is quite dangerous, and then white gets a lot of play for it.
Yeah. So these are there are some theoretical lines which are sharp like this.
I think the most or the most famous player, grandmaster that plays the London system very, very much is Gata Kamsky.
Oh yeah. Especially
he's very specialized in these variations.
And actually, this is okay. Knight BD2 and Knight H5. This is one of the sharper, let's say, tries for black. He goes after the bishop on F4, tries to get the bishop pair and imbalance the game. And okay, G6. And you see, he's not in a hurry to take that pawn on C5.
No.
Just yet. And I'm not sure how easy it is. Maybe Queen A5, Queen C5, but then okay. Okay, he goes G6, G3, Bishop G7. Okay, this is probably something.
This is very interesting.
Quite strange. Because
Dominic, till this moment, is playing very fast.
So maybe this is theory. Okay, I don't know.
This looks to be that he has prepared it somehow.
Could be. If he plays the London system normally, maybe. But I find it strange because White gave up the bishop pair, but he got the pawn for now as a sort of compensation. So I would say that he must try to keep it like more closed. I mean, I wouldn't give that pawn on b2. It just looks too loose.
Yeah.
I would play c3, which I think is a good move also because instead of what he did, bishop g2, yeah?
Yeah, c3 could be very solid instead of bishop g2.
Yeah, c3 because, I mean, it also safeguards that pawn on c5 because queen a5 now it can be met by knight b3.
Yes.
Maybe d4 is an issue, I don't know. But definitely it's a move I would consider, c3, not giving up and keeping it kind of very solid with the structure, yeah?
Yes.
Because if you weaken your structure too much, the bishop pair gains in
a
strength.
lot of energy. And also the b2 is the one which is keeping all the 4 pawns together. Somehow all of a sudden you will have isolated pawns all over the queen side. Very weak.
It's all scattered pawn
I
structure.
totally agree. This decision is a very, very big decision in my opinion.
It's a very strange one. It's surprising. I don't know if it's theory or not, but I find it surprising.
It has an effect on the game for sure.
So took on b2, rook b1, went back.
Bishop.
And now, castle, and then rook b5. Wow.
So this is the idea of giving the pawn on b2, but what is about rook b5? It looks to me a computer move. I mean, prepared at home, of course. Rook b1, rook b5.
Yeah, but what's the idea?
I do not know. That's why I'm saying it looks to me as a computer move because I cannot see the idea behind it.
Maybe it prevents queen a5, but still kind of very
holding the pawn prevents queen a5. I do not know. I really am. It looks to me.
This is like a complete shock.
If it was played online, maybe I would say it's a mouse slip.
Maybe, exactly.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But it looks to me like a preparation somehow.
But this is really strange. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, even if it's preparation to go with white into this, I mean, you have a worse structure, and your opponent has the bishop pair. What do you have in return? I don't see anything in return.
Nothing. Will you try to push c4 knights? I do not know. Open up the diagonal somehow.
But you still have a worse structure, and your opponent has the bishop pair.
So trying to hang on on the c5 pawn. I don't know. I really have no clue.
Maybe some activity on the c5, on the b file.
On the b file doubling.
But still, it's kind of very, I would say,
very
suspicious
strange,
choice by white.
Very interesting to see what will happen here. Okay. We move to the next game.
Oh, this is sharp stuff. Levic.
Leon Levic, I think he is the second seeded in the tournament. Second top seeded.
He's a young Croatian grandmaster, very talented.
I must say, I haven't come with his name before this tournament. D4 knight f6, g6.
King's Indian, yeah?
King's Indian, e4.
And the 4 pawns.
And the 4 pawns. Fantastic.
Nice. Yeah.
Fantastic. Good to see it on this level, but it's also a big message. No draw today. Go for the fight.
Just go for it, yeah.
C5 before castling. Normally the common move here is castling for sure.
Castling, yeah.
And then D5 most principal.
Yeah.
Castling, knight to F3, transposing back to the main line.
So we basically get a transposition to the Benoni. Modern Benoni.
E6, yes, taking.
Bishop g4. Now this is a
Bishop
major,
g4 or rook e8
rook
first?
e8 or knight d7. These are the 3 main moves.
There are 3 main moves.
And bishop g4 is generally considered like the safest, if you can talk about safety in Benoni.
Yeah.
But bishop g4 is kind of... Because rook e8 invites these massive complications after
Yes,
e5.
rook e... If we tell our audiences rook e8, I think it's still the main line, rook e8. Somehow. The most played in database.
Say, but there are e5 and there are massive complications here.
And then e5 takes knight g4.
And I think there was e6
and then there is
it's a massive.
If I remember well, after knight g4 was e6 the best move. But also possibility of playing bishop to g5, I think here.
Yeah, bishop g5 was also an option.
Also there, and then you have queen b6.
It's a huge mess.
Yeah. And this is one of the positions that has been analyzed a lot.
Yeah. I've also looked at this and I mean, there was a lot to remember.
There was a French grandmaster that used to play this 4 pawns attack in the 90s, but I don't remember the name at this moment. I try to remember it when I've seen the 4 pawns, but maybe after a while the name will come back to my mind. He was 25-80, very strong at
kind of
that
rings
time.
a bell.
I'm sorry for not remembering this. Weiser, I think. Anatoly Weiser.
Weiser.
Anatoly Weiser, I think so, yes.
Yeah,
Grandmaster
exactly,
Anatoly Weiser, he was playing it
You're
quite
right.
often,
You're right.
this 4 pawns attack.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm retired from chess from sometimes, so it's
But
very
you still
difficult.
remember something.
Yes, it's very difficult to remember. But it's very interesting position on the board.
Oh, this is super sharp stuff.
Sometimes you castle and you get c4 and lose the exchange, but
but
still
you
knight
get
e4, knight
these
d6,
pawns in the center,
and then you get all the full compensation for it. Okay, let's see what
Black
Can
played
choose.
bishop g4.
So we have here, he chose bishop g4, the most safest, as you said, no big complications. And then knight to d7. The main idea simply for white is to push e5. This is the pawn thrust that white wants to do.
But what black is trying with bishop g4, he's trying to eliminate the piece that is controlling that square.
Exactly. So the white squared bishop for black is not affecting directly the e5 square. He cannot hold it. But if it was exchanged for the knight, then he will release the pressure on e5. So that's the idea behind it. Rook e1 was played, also supporting the e line and the push with e5.
So this is, I think, still theory. Rook e8.
Rook e8.
h3.
Simply developing the rook on the
h3
semi-open. h3 now.
Forcing the exchange.
Forcing the exchange. White could not make the e4 pawn is hanging, and could be some moves like knight to d2. I'm not sure, protecting and trying to exchange the bishops rather than the knight, but it doesn't look to be the most comfortable solution for white. So h3,
natural takes,
bishop
a6.
takes, and then a6.
Then now g4. This is already very sharp.
Very sharp, because a6 is preparing b5. Normally, in all the King's Indian ideas, you meet a6 with a classical a4. Even it's sometimes you do it while you are not thinking on the board.
It's just
a6, a4, and then next move.
But I wouldn't be surprised if this is still theory, and there is some explanation, rationale somewhere buried in the lines. Why not a4 and why g4?
But Leon here says, okay, you want to push b5 and expand on the queen side and put pressure on the a1 h8 diagonal, who is the bishop here. I don't care. I'm playing g4.
Because now there is this immediate threat of g5, and the knight has no
good squares.
So, but I think I have this impression that I've looked at this, and I have a feeling it's still theory.
Okay. Must have been played before, something like that. But the outcome of it, who will be more prepared, more analyzed at home?
The times suggest that
looks to be they are playing normal. I mean, they didn't take that much time.
7. This looks weird.
Okay, so he was ready to meet g5 with knight e8. That's what probably Can having into his sleeves. Knight e8.
Yeah, okay. I mean, makes sense because the knight comes to c7 and then supports maybe b5 in case of a4. But I'm not sure, to be honest.
No, neither me. I would still prefer white here in this position.
Yeah, but it's not that easy for white either, because e5 is always connected with a sacrifice, and f5 always gives up the e5 square.
Yes, sometimes you combine both.
Yeah, sometimes
you push e5 and then f5.
Exactly. But this requires quite some
preparation.
Calculation, and I would expect white to start thinking, because I don't think rook e7 is a very commonly played move. So I expect him to start thinking now, and
maybe try to get the bishop to e3, f2, g3.
Yes,
I'm not sure.
There are different ideas. I mean, maybe even something slow like h4, h5, and open
h4, h5, king g2, and double on the h4.
Because now when the knight is gone from f6, there is no pressure on white center, so he can maybe play more slowly.
True.
So we'll see. This is
very interesting fight here as well. And okay, now we go to board number 8, and we have the rating favorite, Grandmaster Krishnan Sashkirian from India, against one of the winners of the Rilton Cup during its 49th previous editions, Grandmaster Margeir Peterson from Iceland, very well known Grandmaster, legendary Grandmaster from the legendary Icelandic team in the 80s and 90s. So actually, Margaret has been having a very good tournament without any loss till this moment, and playing very well. I'm not sure if Krishnan is playing up to his level at least, but I think I've met Margaret a couple of times, and he was like telling me that he's enjoying being here in the Rilton and having a wonderful tournament. It really affects. If you feel well, it affects your play.
Exactly. And that's another factor that let's say sometimes erases the rating difference.
True.
You know, if you're feeling well, positive, you play with good energy, you feel invincible. You know, you can beat anybody or not lose at least. So it's you
get this. You know, for chess players, you always get this feeling that you can win the world championship. At some moments, you get this.
Exactly. But I know Sashi Kiran. I know him. He's a good friend of mine, and he's a very solid, very good grandmaster. One time he was helping Anand. And he was helping Anand in a world championship match, and he's a fantastic
He's definitely a top.
So a tough matchup for the veteran. But
definitely.
Okay, I mean, means nothing. Yeah.
Let's see.
So he chose the Bogo Indian. So c4, knight f3, bishop b4.
Okay.
This is extremely solid. Yeah, knight bd2, b6.
Because here he didn't go for the Nemzo Indian with knight c3 as the previous two games that we checked, and he goes for the knight f3.
Knight f3. Yeah.
I think Topalov was the most prominent chess player or world champion, avoiding the Nemzo, playing knight to f3.
Yeah.
It's also main lines here and strong open lines.
Yeah. And Nemzo is really painful opening for white to beat, and that's why they go knight f3, they go g3 Catalan, whatever, hoping for something better.
Different than
So knight b2,
bishop b4, the most common move, knight d2, keeping the bishops.
And now b6. It's B6. Interesting because I think lately at the World Rapid and Blitz now, I think Carlsen was playing actually the Bogo in some games.
Okay.
But he went for not b6, but he went for I think castle, and after a3 bishop e7.
So instead of playing b6, Magnus used
castle, I think.
Just simply castling.
And bishop e7 going
and
back.
And then a3 here, because simply don't want to give up the bishop pair.
Yeah. Going back and trying to establish some sort of King's Indian like e4, then d6 and e5. You know, e4.
After e4, oops, I'm sorry.
e4, and he was going d6, and then preparing e5 with knight d7 or something like this, yeah. And
d6.
Yeah, there's also the move d5, but he was playing d6 and
then bishop e2.
Bishop e2 or bishop d3, and then he was playing knight b7 and e5 or e5 immediately. I'm not so sure. I can't remember now.
Okay, so maybe something like e5, this, and then or e5.
Yeah. And the argument here for black is that the knight on d2 is not very well placed in this full center position. Yeah, and he's arguing, okay, I may have.
The bishop should be on g7 maybe,
but
still
I'm
the knight
to get this position, and it's complex and
But I think Magnus always do this when he comes to the World Rapid or Blitz. He prepares some lines that are pet lines somehow that work well for him.
Yeah, sure.
I would be surprised if I see him playing this in a classical game.
Even though it's a playable line, actually.
Yeah,
it is a playable line, but okay.
Maybe.
But okay, Margir goes for some more classical setup like Queen's Indian stuff.
Yeah, bishop
b6.
takes and
gives
b6.
Up the bishop pair, and then tries to establish this control over d4 square. And
so to keep it solid. His idea will be controlling the light squares with the bishop on b7, trying to control e4, putting the knight sometimes and pushing f5.
Sometimes, depending on circumstances.
So we have queen
a5,
takes d2.
Threatening a4, so b3, normal.
Because also it gave a message when Krishnan took with the queen on d2. That means he wants to play b4 and put the bishop on b2.
Exactly.
So he wants to make it less comfortable for.
And also, in case b4 happens, he can open the a file, exchange rooks, and then he doesn't have to worry about the development of the rook. Simplifying a little bit. So.
True.
Yeah. So bishop b2, knight d7, bishop b2, castle, and queen e7. And here, actually, queen e7, it's possible, but already before or after on these moves, like before or after queen e7, black should actually make a decision. He has basically two plans. He can go for this king side, let's say, activity that you mentioned, knight e4, f5.
Exactly, Instead of queen e7 here, he could choose,
already go knight
as
e4.
Alex says, knight e4, queen c2,
and f5.
And then f5.
And then there are ideas rook f6, rook g6, or knight df6, or like
queen e8, queen
somewhere.
g6, queen h4,
exactly.
5, something like that. Yeah,
That's one plan.
typical plans.
That's
And
one plan.
white, in return for that, tries to push b4 and c5.
And sometimes d5 as well.
And
trying
sometimes
to cut
d5,
off this bishop.
yes, because it can be really annoying. It doesn't look that weak on g2 or something, but with a rook left or a queen coming, then there will be a lot of pressure on the g2.
So this is one plan, and the other one is that actually Peterson played in the game, which is more, let's say, central oriented.
Okay.
Which is what he did. Okay,
so
he
let's
went
go continue from here.
Queen e7, and then going for the c5 push.
And going for the c5 push, trying to
keep it
fix the pawns in the center as well, and because
try.
I think when the pawns are fixed, it will be easier for the knights to play.
Exactly.
If still the center is mobile, the bishops are better.
So he went knight d2, controlling d4 square. Okay,
the e4, and maybe he will. I'm not sure. We will see.
Not sure about maybe f3 is also an option.
Yeah, if he's afraid of something, he can neutralize the bishop on b7.
And also f3 e4 if he can.
F3 e4 if it's possible.
So takes and rook
takes
f8.
the bishop. Rook f8.
Yeah, this is very solid for black, and
maybe queen b2 will follow, something like that.
Yeah, queen probably should move because b5, d5.
Going away from the pin because, as Alex says, d5 and b5 are there.
Okay, rook is fc1. That's okay. Because
how would he meet d5? He would simply move the queen. Yeah.
Move the queen.
And says, okay, any more pawn exchanges will open up the position.
A little bit for the
which
bishops,
suits my bishop
But
pair.
black is very solid, and
and also I can see that Marger is playing quite fast.
Oh,
and
quite
he's
fast.
Somehow for sure familiar and comfortable with these positions.
It is in a way it's sort of a typical position. And okay, black again needs to kind of decide like whether to go for this d5 and exchange one more pair of pawns and keep it symmetrical, or try this typical strategy when you miss a bishop, you put your remaining pawns on the color square of that bishop. So he misses a dark squared bishop, so he has already pawns on dark squares a5, b6, d6, and he can also put a pawn on e5, and then maybe put a knight on c5, put it on e6, and just keep it solid.
Put the knight here and then back to e6
maybe,
and says, yes, I control the black squares, the pawns.
I have a light square bishop controlling the light squares, my pawns are controlling the dark squares.
This is a very clever idea normally when you are one bishop less.
Exactly. So he's saying, okay, I have a very solid position, okay, just try to break it. So it's wonderful. It's a kind of a maneuvering struggle ahead.
Let's see the experience in the young. What will they do in the coming? But let's go to the match again because they are playing shorter time control and they must have developed a lot.
So we left in move 10.
We left in move 10.
No, actually 9 because he went for f3, and I was talking that he can also play b3.
Okay, so knight d4, bishop g7, f3 was played.
F3 already signifies that he wants to put the bishop on e3.
On e3, yes, securing the square for the bishop and avoiding any ideas of knight g4 annoying the bishop on f3, on e3.
So typical then development.
Castle, bishop to e3, knight c6, short castle.
And now, okay,
a6.
This is the starting position. a6 is one of the many moves black can play.
Trying to prepare b5 at some moment to reduce the pressure on d5. Because black's idea is playing b5 and d5.
Exactly, in the Barozzi, that's how black tries
how
to
you
break
should
through. And actually, trying to push d5, he often plays e6 and then d5. That's another way.
Yes, e6 and d5.
So queen d3, I think this is still sort of theory. Rook fc8.
Nils, till this moment, playing quite fast, 43 minutes on the clock, so...
Rook
seems
fc8.
to be rook fc8.
Okay, b3.
b3, protecting
and now b5. Now,
b5
okay,
now
this is already getting sharp,
this looks to me the prepared. Somehow, the prepared move, this variation.
He spent only 4 minutes to get to here.
Yes, somehow that he had. Okay, let's see how long time did...
Okay, he takes on b5, must take that pawn.
In principle, if you are offered the pawn, you should take it, unless there is something...
Exactly, so now knight e5, that's the point, because the queen cannot remain...
Knight e5, protecting the...
must go to d2, the knight on
queen
c3.
to d2.
And now d5.
And now d5.
This is
a typical pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, this is definitely some sort of preparation because...
you won't do this on the board.
I mean, you can't do it in 4 minutes. I mean, you probably have to calculate for a longer time.
No. So he pushes d5, and it looks to me that at least Bassem somehow caught in the preparation.
Yeah.
If he spends 10 minutes now for these moves in white, with white pieces, so let's see.
He took on d5, knight
I
d5.
think, he should take on d5,
and now take on b5.
And take on b5.
Yeah. So what we have here is that Black sacrificed the pawn, but he got a lot of activity. And actually also easy play, because he is concentrating on getting that pawn back. So he's trying to attack that pawn on d5, but also that pawn on a2. Okay, he's kind of tying down white a little bit, because...
And if Black gets the opportunity, we'll tie it more with b4.
If b4 is possible, then that's also,
If this could be...
If it's possible, yeah.
And it doesn't look so easy to protect this d5 pawn, which is at this moment just an extra pawn.
Yeah, it's an extra pawn
on the board.
If Black gets it back, he may even be a little bit better, because, okay, depending on the situation on the queen side, but definitely no problems for Black if he gets that pawn back. So it's all around getting the pawn back. But even without getting the pawn back, there is this, you could say, a concept, or like, if you look at it from Black's perspective, you're looking at, okay, I'm a pawn down, but I'm active, and
all my pieces
are active, and all white is doing is defending that extra pawn. So he cannot.
True.
White is in a way passive, defending that extra pawn. So he cannot organize his pieces to try to convert. So it's this kind of compensation, activity,
True.
tying your opponent's pieces down, defending that extra pawn.
And might you have also other maneuvers and plans that you can execute while the opponent is busy defending this extra pawn.
So it looks like a kind of good compensation for Black. So knight
e2, trying to keep the pawn.
Yeah, rook d8.
Rook d8.
And now
he's
moving that rook from a1 because it's quite sensitive on the long diagonal.
Yeah, we can see this long diagonal. The bishop is acting really very well, but Bassem is trying to evacuate the whole diagonal and says, okay, this is an empty diagonal.
This is the point I was trying to make. The queen on d2 now must stay there because the pawn on a2 is vulnerable.
True. And the pawn on d5 is also...
It continues to be vulnerable, exactly. Yeah, so knight c3, he's trying to regroup and defend that pawn with the knight.
Okay.
And now knight d7. Now I'm not sure about knight d7.
But already now they are caught in time.
So already...
If I go back, I wanted to see how long time. Yeah, okay, from here I think knight d2, he took like 6 minutes here for rook d8.
So maybe...
Rook d1, and then again another 6 minutes here, most likely, with knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 is not an obvious move to make, obviously.
No.
So I mean,
removing the knight from the center, e5, good square.
He wants to. He put it on f6 on the next move, so he's trying really to concentrate on taking that pawn.
Does he want to put knight to b6 and then push b4?
Unless
I'm not
the pawn
sure.
on b5 is hanging, yeah. But
yes, true.
So I don't know. But knight d7.
Maybe he wants also to come to f6.
Yeah, f6 and
or b6 to f6 and simply get the pawn on.
I mean, it's three times defended, so you can't do that easily. But b4 is always an point.
Okay.
But now white plays d6, so
gets rid of the extra of the weak pawn.
Yeah,
but it's still extra.
Knight f6 and queen
e2. Knight f6 again.
And now it's quite sharp. Yeah, I mean
he said, "I'll give you back the pawn, but it will be
b5 is also hanging."
It's not that easy.
Not that simple, yeah. So it's kind of quite complex, yeah.
But Bassem is already under 15 minutes and 14
Okay, still
14
time to calculate.
Yes.
Still time to calculate. But what's going on?
Now he's threatening simply to take on e7.
Yeah.
This is a direct threat and to release his position.
Yeah, so
maybe push b4.
Yeah, b4 is the move that comes to mind. Yeah, b4.
Take on e7.
Take on e7.
No, it's not working. Take on e7. No, it can work. Take on d1. You take with the knight.
Yeah.
But then take on e7.
Yeah, and this some sort of.
Let's show it. If b4 first.
d7.
And then you take on e7.
Yeah.
Hitting the rook.
Take on d1.
Take on d1. You move with the attacked piece. And then the pawn on e7 is taken. And I think it's... Black has compensation here.
Yeah, because the knight on d1 is kind of silly, yeah?
Yes, and the queen is tied with the bishop pinned. The bishop is pinned. And
So, coordination problems for white here.
Knight d5 also is really annoying. Coming to d5 and to c3. Somehow it will be not so easy to to cope with. So for sure we don't want to do this. Rook d1 was played, sorry.
Okay, yeah, d6, knight f6 on queen e2, yeah?
Queen
and
e2.
Now, okay, before.
No, before it's not, it's our analysis, I think.
Is it?
I think so, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's our analysis.
How do we know if it has been played or not?
I think it will, because still his time is there.
I mean, we can see on the live feed, you can see here he's thinking in this position, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The pawn is still on d6.
Yeah, still pawn on d6 and pawn on b5, yeah?
So, pawn on b5.
Yeah, this is quite sharp, but it can fizzle out. I mean...
we can take a break, few minutes, and then come back and see what's happening with the match. We catch the rest of the moves games, and then the other games of the round. Thank you very much for being here with us, everyone. And see you after a short break.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. The round number 7, Rilton Cup, and also game 1 in the match between Nils Grandelius and Bassem Amin. Shall we start from Nils and Bassem?
Yes, of course.
Where we left?
Yeah, we left before.
We left at Queen E2, I think,
yep.
And we have some moves already coming in. So it was answered by B4 as we expected.
Yeah, but now we did not mention Queen B5.
We didn't see Queen B5.
Yeah, we didn't mention Queen B5.
So White says I'm ready for the endgame.
Yeah.
Let's exchange queens. Does it force the exchange, I think?
Forced, I think.
More or less, you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
And then queen takes and knight takes back. And then E6 was played.
Okay, black is basically now trying to either take the pawn on A2 or round up the pawn on D6. But the former is going to be easier because rounding up that pawn on D6 is not going to be easy.
No.
Because the knight on B5 is a very good defense and bishop C5 can also come.
But okay, the move itself, E6, could it have been better to take on D6?
Yeah, actually that's what I'm curious
just to
about.
get rid of this pawn, and still you are attacking the pawn on A2. But maybe there is something else that is there. Maybe.
No, but here, okay, just something
rook
like
F2
rook D2, yeah, or something
or
like
rook
that.
D2, some protecting the pawn, and then
the pawn on D6
on
is
D6 is weak. Yeah.
Yeah.
So black did not want to suffer an end game with a pawn.
No,
he gets back the pawn, but a weak pawn.
Exactly. So he maintains the structure. He goes. Oops.
Oh, sorry.
He
so
goes
go
E6
here.
after knight B5. Okay, just
Okay. Here we are.
Knight B5 E6 now. Okay, and now white goes bishop C5.
Very interesting. So gives more protection to the pawn on D6 and attacks the B4. And he says, okay, you can take the pawn on A2. I will be happy, and then my pawn will be safely secured on D6.
So finished actually, yeah, but
okay. So we can continue here.
We can actually maybe just
rook takes A2 after bishop C5.
Knight D4, yeah.
And knight D4 was played.
Yeah.
So didn't take the pawn directly on B4. He played
because some rook B8 maybe loses a piece or something. Yeah.
True.
So knight D4, and now, okay, we should be getting the moves
from
them.
From them, I think this is a special game, and there is no problem in the delay. Knight D4.
Knight D4.
Now we have with us here in the studio both grandmasters. They finished the game, so they can come and show us the rest of the moves. Probably.
Yeah, maybe just finish quickly because rook A6. And probably black round up that.
We are already here by rook to A6, the last move that we have got from the transmission, trying to round up the pawn on D6, as you said.
Yeah, maybe some knight D8 or bishop F8 or knight D5, and okay, bishop takes B4.
Bishop takes B4.
And they're playing fast by this time because we can see only 1 minute left for Amin.
Yes, and 9. But I'm sure there is 15 minutes before they came here.
Yeah.
It doesn't take more than 1 minute to come from the playing hall. So could you help us with the moves, guys? What has happened after rook to A6?
Bishop B4, and then knight D5,
bishop C5.
Okay.
So knight D5 was played, and then bishop C5, and then
Knight C3.
What the hell?
Because knight E3, I have knight E6. Yeah. Okay, bishop.
if knight. Okay, interesting to see this. If knight E3 forking both rooks, then there is a tactical move. Knight takes E6, and then
White is winning, right?
White is winning. So
Yeah, so
knight
pawn up,
C3 is the move.
Okay, knight C3.
There are some tricks taking on D4 and checking on E2, but it doesn't look to be enough for. And the game was finished here.
No, after knight C3, D3.
Yeah.
Rook
Rook D3.
A, D6.
Okay, this is the trick with knight E2. Okay. Yeah. Rook A D6.
Yeah. Rook C3.
Rook D3, knight.
No, rook A D6.
Okay.
Rook A D6.
Took the knight.
Took knight C3, rook C3, and
Rook takes. No,
bishop takes D4. Yeah, and draw. Yeah.
Bishop takes. Rook takes.
Yeah, bishop
takes
D4.
D4.
Bishop takes D4.
With check, bishop
and
takes D4,
Okay, rook D4.
and then rook
draw.
takes D4, and
Rook F3. Rook
Rook FC1 activating the rook, and rook king G7.
Okay, yeah.
King
Okay, this is
F1
a
and draw,
drawn
yeah.
game, obviously, but yeah. Yeah, quite an interesting tactical flurry, yeah, with the pawn on d6 and things have.
And very interesting b5. I
Yeah.
think, we were talking about it
Yeah,
in
we
the
were talking
opening
about it,
phase, somehow b5, followed by d5 immediately.
But I played it before.
Okay,
so
it was
over.
there.
Because we thought that, okay, you played it fast, so we thought, okay, this must be some
Yeah,
preparation.
it's very complicated. I had a couple of games
Uh-huh.
in classical and in bits and.
Recent
Yeah.
games or
I mean, yeah, like in Grand Swiss, I played it
Okay.
in bits against Esipenko, and
Uh-huh.
I played it against Rager in this Prague Masters classical.
Uh-huh, uh-huh,
tournament,
uh-huh,
so-
uh-huh.
very interesting.
No, it's very complex, but the problem is that after some 5 or 6 good moves by both players, usually it's not so exciting anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Usually
The
everything
momentum
is
ends
there.
somehow.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So this was basically preparation for both of you for quite a long time, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, at least I played it before, but that doesn't mean
No,
that I
exactly.
remember it. Yeah.
But what about you, Bassem? Did you expect it somehow?
Not so much.
Not
so
so
much,
much,
no?
because we could see on the clock that you took your time simply checking after b5.
It's not so easy to prepare against.
Yeah.
No, no.
Very always
No.
surprise, yeah. No, I think some interesting moment was when he played his d6.
Yeah? We can
I
maybe
think
put
like
the board.
And now maybe like something like bishop c5 is possible.
d6.
If you don't mind, guys, I would like to invite you to come here and to
Play
take you.
another game today, that's the point.
And maybe
You
I
play
keep-
another game. Yeah, okay. So we won't keep you for too long, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Stay with
Yeah.
them.
Okay, let's just sit here. Maybe one more chair. Or so
like
this
this.
d6, knight f6. Okay.
Yeah, and here, I mean, something like bishop c5 I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure. So the point is after black takes on d6 to
D6?
go back bishop
Yeah,
d4.
bishop or b4. Yeah, or d4.
d4 or d4. I thought actually d4.
D4. Yeah, okay.
In
Just
order to
controlling
take the knight and play knight
yeah,
d5.
positional stuff. Yeah?
Something like this, and I was not sure, but I mean it's. I have
Maybe you're
also
in
some
time
counter-
something before.
Yeah, exactly. It's not clear at all. Like
If
after
he has the time, yeah.
yeah, after bishop takes f6, maybe it's
Maybe
important that I can take on c3.
Take on c3. Take and take on e2.
Yeah, and that this should be drawish. Yeah, so because otherwise it could be a bit unpleasant for black. But
Yeah.
Actually, I thought you can start with e6 instead of rook d8.
yeah, this rook d8 was perhaps not the most accurate.
Where?
Yeah.
I mean, early on.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
Here, yes, instead of this rook d8.
Here e6.
something like e6 is
So-
maybe
so,
possible. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say.
Just right there.
Should be okay. Yeah, should be also
I don't
okay.
know. I thought what I did was very logical because this knight
Yeah, yeah.
e5 is actually not doing any.
Yeah, we were commenting on this. Yeah, the
it's
knight
not
is
working.
looking nice, but it's not really effective. Yeah, you needed to attack the
Actually,
pawn.
it's better to just reroute it and attack
Yeah,
the pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, we were talking about this. Yeah.
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 So and then but after queen e2, yeah, this b4.
Yeah, actually the only move I
I
think.
couldn't see anything better than queen b5. Actually, I expected queen b5.
Yeah, because we were looking at this line. Okay, we said no wait, where was it? No, here we were looking at this d7 for example.
Yeah, with rook d1.
Rook d1, knight d1, queen e7, and we thought this was pretty
Yeah.
nice for black
mean,
because
But
looks-
also there is almost no risk. Yeah, like
Yes,
exactly.
even if somehow white managed to untangle,
exactly.
it
Yeah,
will still be like easy. draw
Exactly,
or enough
absolutely.
complex. I wasn't worried at all.
yeah, no. This was quite good.
So I thought this actually queen b5 was the move that I expected, and
Yeah, no. This is
and
definitely
originally I wasn't convinced by this e6 because
takes. Okay, you have to take that.
I mean, I thought worst case I will take on d6, but if e6 works, then of course it's the move.
No,
One
e6
wants to
should
play-
be the move
because
because
the reason I'm a little bit worried that somehow, for instance, some exchange sacrifice, like let's say e6 bishop c5 knight d5 take it. I mean, from distance, this is the
Yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of things
yeah,
that you are
yeah,
very
yeah.
worried about.
yeah.
But once we reach this position, I spent a couple of minutes to
No, this was
calculate, and
played correctly.
I
think,
realized
by
that
both.
actually I'm
Yeah.
in time to get a lot of
Yeah,
counter
if I
play.
have time to take before, then okay, sacrifice
Yeah,
and play
yeah,
before, that
yeah,
would be
yeah,
perfect.
yeah,
That
but,
would be very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is simply no time because this a2 pawn is always hanging.
Exactly. No, it was a really correctly played game. We were looking at this.
Yeah,
and it's like,
but I was thinking that after this knight d4, like in the game,
so e6,
yeah, if I
Bishop
had
C4.
some,
rook a2, knight
Yeah.
d4. Okay.
rook a6, let's say like the game,
Yeah.
Because I have slightly better structures, I was thinking if it's possible to...
to play for something more?
Something a little bit more, like... Okay, bishop takes b4, let's say.
Okay,
Knight d5, bishop c5. My original intention was bishop f8.
Yeah.
And... yeah, like simply picking up the pawn and...
Yes, and trying maybe to...
And then suddenly I got tempted by this tactical knight c3, and I thought I had some initiative there as well. But here maybe it's a bit...
Rook a1, yes.
Rook a1, maybe I take on d6 with the bishop, yeah?
Yeah, that may be interesting. Come on, why is it not mine?
And then with the a rook to keep both rooks, try to get
Yeah,
some
bishop
initiative.
d6 is quite good, yeah.
I thought. Like if I can keep both rooks and this pawn on f3, create some weaknesses, and also the b pawn might be a little bit soft.
Yeah, no, this is kind of nice for black, yeah? It looks kind of...
Looked, I actually regretted the knight c3 after the game. So probably, I don't know.
Okay, especially with low time, I had like
I mean,
1 minute something.
Yeah.
But also it's incredibly safe for black. Like it's very easy to play.
Oh, yeah,
You
definitely.
have no risk.
So I think this knight c3, I don't know, probably objectively doesn't make a big difference, but practically I think it made things a bit easier for...
yeah, it just fizzles out.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't, I mean, no more tension and it's like immediate draw.
Yeah, more or less, yeah. So actually after bishop f8, I mean, of course it's drawn with correct play, but...
But you can still keep some pressure,
yeah?
It
could be a bit unpleasant for white, actually.
Where was the move? Here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that with a couple of good moves, it will end
should
draw, but...
should be.
But if nothing happens, I'm in time to take, I keep...
Exactly.
Like this knight on d5 is strong, and the knight on d4 is...
A bit wobbly, yeah?
Yeah, like... I mean, I guess it's quite likely to end up in some rook ending 4 against 3.
Yeah, worst case scenario for white, yeah.
But also for black, kind of.
For black, maybe, yeah.
No, I mean, and that will be, of course, draw, but of course, something that you play.
You play
in
on
a game.
Yeah,
you play on.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, I think it. I don't know how much of a chance it is, but it should definitely have been played. That's no question about that.
Guys, thank you very much.
Yeah,
we keep you. You have to rest. You have to prepare. Yeah. Good luck for the second game.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. See you later.
See you.
Bye. Okay. Yeah. Very nice analysis. Yeah, by the participants in the match. Very nice game. I think quite nice this tactical flurry at the end. But you see, as Niels said, he had this chance at the end with bishop f8 to kind of keep the game going for a little bit longer and keep more pressure on white. But okay, first game of the match, probably both are happy with the draw. Black because he was black, yeah. White because he risked being a bit worse. And now, second game which starts in an hour or less than an hour actually.
Yeah, they start 17:30, I think.
No, I think 6 p.m.
At 6 p.m.
I think
Okay.
so. Yeah, 6 p.m. Yeah,
So
so
1
1
hour.
hour.
That's good for them to get some rest.
Yeah, get some rest, prepare, revise some lines. So we will see what.
There were some fireworks today. Now in the first game, very, very promising.
Yeah. So let's see how
spectators.
Niels goes with white. Yeah, and we can move to the Rilton Cup. Yeah, see the games there.
Wonderful.
Okay, just the other one. Yeah.
So we are back.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay, where did we leave here? Whoa, a lot of things have changed.
Many moves.
This was the exchange Slav, yeah? This is the exchange Slav. We left off
on
around
the top
move
board.
13 somewhere.
Yeah, there were some
the queens
here.
were exchanged.
Correct.
Yeah, and king d7 preventing some
King
bishop
d7.
d6, yeah?
Normally you don't need to castle anymore. There is no threats on the king.
But
so
the king is useful on d7 because it covers these weak dark squares, so...
And ready for the end game.
Yeah.
Somebody also said the king is a strong piece in the end game.
Yeah.
So
h4, I guess it's
h4
possible.
played.
I'm not sure if it's necessary, but possible.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm not sure it's necessary, but maybe grabbing some space on the king side, but...
No, 98.
98.
F3. Again,
He's preparing f3, h4, so he wants to push g4,
again,
h5.
I'm not sure. I mean, what white would like to do in this position and what black wants to do in this position. I mean,
does anyone would try to put a rook on the
b file somehow?
B file somehow.
Well, I think 98 is. I mean, with the idea of knight c7 and putting a rook on the b file.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what white is doing with this f3 because I mean, okay, the threat is g4, h5, win a piece, but then what? Okay, black played h5.
h5.
Okay, and c4 now, yeah.
I mean,
okay.
Knight c7.
King d2, rook b8, king. Okay, so this is what he had in mind. This is how to control the entry points on the b file. King comes to c3, yeah?
And king to c3.
Looks
Rook
kind of
b7.
loose, to be honest, because...
Somehow I liked what black did till this moment.
Yeah, and there is also an idea like take on c... I mean, okay, it depends if it works tactically. Take on c4, check on d5. I don't know what's happening there. Maybe he threatens it now, because there is no pin on the
Bishop to
knight.
e2. Somehow black managed to double on the only open file while white didn't do anything about it. But maybe it's
bishop
not
d1.
Rook b2, something.
Like he kind of very surprising development where you would expect.
h4 was out of the.
It's too,
I think it's a loss of time.
It was too slow. It was definitely too slow. And now even it appears that white blundered something. Okay, g4 takes and bishop g4 because bishop g4 would be 3 mate. Yeah.
Wow.
So what we were expecting to be a safe
game for white with the bishop pair.
Just blundered a pawn.
Another pawn.
Another pawn. So now all of a sudden.
Because simply black were threatening something like knight d5.
Yeah.
f5 again, trying to take control over the d5 square. So.
No, this is quite a turnaround. I mean.
Yeah.
Quite a turnaround and.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I was predicting this like safe game, control,
Me too.
no risk.
Me too.
But then he started playing badly the end game.
I played the exchange Slav very often. I've never had any problem. I mean, so quick at move 20 something.
Yeah. This is like really bad end game play by white. So
I think we will see a decisive game for the top board, and we will.
And then we have a sole leader. Yeah, if in case there is.
If in case Ilham did not win against Smirin, we left somewhere.
Somewhere around move 12, 13.
Bishop e7, queen e2. We checked.
Yeah, knight
c3. Yeah.
B6
here b6 was chosen.
Yeah, b6 is okay. He wants to develop the bishop as soon as possible. Yeah.
b6.
But now I'm not sure white played this in the best possible.
It goes for the direct. I'm coming to play queen e4 and checkmate on h7.
Yeah. But he didn't do it. So
no, it's a direct threat, and bishop b7 was the answer. Rook e1. Very interesting idea. Not rook d1, which looks to be obvious, but supporting the pawn on e5.
Yeah. And on knight a5, this is important to control these light squares e4.
Light squares.
Especially so there is no queen e4. So I'm not sure why white. But the point is, I think that white could not have. I mean, he could have played queen e4, but then after g6, he can't move the queen to g4 because the bishop on d3 is hanging. So that's what I think they normally play rook d1 mid tempo.
Exactly. And so if we go back to see what Alex is telling us.
Let's say move 13 instead of bishop d3. Let's say, yeah.
Okay, instead of bishop d3. Instead of bishop d3, so we have
let's
b6.
Say maybe rook d1,
rook
queen
d1,
c7, and now bishop d3.
Queen c7, and then bishop
d3.
And then bishop. Sorry. Bishop d3.
Yeah. And now if bishop b7, then there is time for queen e4 threatening
queen e4,
g6 and queen g4.
And g6 and.
Oh no! Actually, wait.
Because
G6,
the pawn is.
pawn on e5 is king. So
but still, you create this one and you continue with bishop h6.
Or bishop h6.
H6.
Rook fd8.
Rook fd8, and then
moves.
Queen f4 sometimes.
Like
or simply just try to maneuver the knight somewhere now. Knight to g5, for example. But still, the pawn on e5.
Yeah, so move the queen, maybe h4, h5 or something.
True, h4, h5 could be a possibility at some point.
So it's again, I'm not quite convinced how white played this, but
I'm sure Ilham has something prepared. I do not know why, but I think
f5 bishop. He played just in a very straightforward central kind of way, but I think this allowed. Okay, he played more positionally. Okay, he played like more centrally oriented, but I'm not so sure about this by black actually, because I think this. Okay, it's a pawn sacrifice, but so bishop e4 takes on
c3 is quite risky.
Take on d5, and
of course he took on d5, pawn takes d5.
No, e6 is a natural move, but there is also knight d4 with the idea of knight f5, queen g4.
I think, I'm not sure.
It's a it's typical. Let's say pawn sacrifice you get in the semi-tarash. But then there you have like pawns on d4, e4 and pawn on e6.
Yes.
White goes d5, e5, e5.
Yes.
We have a different. We have the same structure, but from a different.
And you get a fantastic square for your piece here for the knight,
and also
then
quite
here.
similar to the semi-Tarrasch, that knight on a5 is out of the game.
True. But the problem is that also for black gets now the c4 square for the knight.
Yeah, but it's funny because the c4, the knight is not that effective. What does it actually do?
No, maybe slightly improvement of being on a5.
Exactly, yeah. But
Slight
not
improvement,
really.
but not so much.
For example, if you remember this
I
game
agree.
with Spassky Fischer from the Ziegen Olympiad, Fischer got this knight on c4, very beautiful, but he got mated on the other side.
It's not
So I mean, it's like it's a nice piece, but if you can't
empty,
have anything,
as I
exactly,
said.
yeah.
It's
If you
not,
don't have anything concrete to support it, it's nothing, yeah. So this looks like a promising pawn sacrifice for white, at least on the surface. So knight d4 is probably most natural. e6,
e6 and then
maybe.
knight d4. I mean,
yeah. So these are the two moves.
because e6 you want to take on f7 and
Yeah, maybe put
queen
knight on
e6
e5 or something. Yeah.
So very interesting.
Yeah,
Let's go for the
It's interesting, yeah.
next board and see what they.
Yeah.
Nikita Mishkov.
Okay, so we had the Semislav
have,
stuff,
Yerpankov.
So on move 10, we were saying, no, not the Semislav, this was the Queen's Gambit accepted position in a way. So after knight c6 on move 10?
Move 10, I'm trying to reach it somehow. Yeah, this way.
Okay, so knight
castling, knight c6, exactly.
and
he took as one of the options you mentioned
said,
that you go for the
The other one was rook queen e2, yeah?
queen, yes. Okay, no one exchanged queens so far.
Okay, yeah.
They continue with bishop d2,
a6,
bishop
rook c1, knight e5. Normally, this position should be fine for black if he manages to go queen e7, bishop d7, put the rook, let's say, fd8, and even maybe bishop e8. Then he's super safe. So it's a matter of time.
and tries to exchange some rooks on the open files and reaches an equal
But
ending.
instead, he's doing this knight transfer, knight e5 and knight g6.
Bishop e2, knight g6.
He may still have time. Okay, queen
Queen
c2,
c2.
maybe queen e7 now and bishop d7 next. And
So you would prefer rather to put the bishop on d7 than trying to put it on b7.
Yeah,
it's not so
definitely.
easy to put on
Yeah,
b7, but
yeah, I mean, because always some b5 can be met, some a4, some can be tricky. And
but for sure the queen has to be on e7, or somehow it's
definitely.
best placed
yeah,
on e7.
it's the only safe place. Yeah.
True.
So
Okay, queen c2, so we expect here something like queen
queen
e7, rook
most
d1,
likely, yeah.
and then bishop d7,
Something
and
like
maybe
this.
some.
But then you see this knight. I mean, maybe some knight f4 ideas are possible, and
But also I have this kind of question, because you know that this is a c line, an open line. A rook will come on c8 at some moment. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do it with this way. Yeah. So why do you choose to put your queen here instead of b3?
Good point. B3 would have been my natural square. Yeah,
because the queen will be hit after few moves with rook ac8.
Exactly.
It looks natural.
Exactly.
Also.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I'm not so sure why he put it on c2.
On c2.
I don't know if he wants to go knight e4 maybe.
Knight e4. Yeah, okay. To exchange here and put it pressing on b7 could be an idea as well. If you play the natural queen e7, maybe knight e4.
Knight e4, queen e4, and then
True.
maybe that pawn is hanging. But
so we can say if queen e7 comes, that it will be met by knight e4.
I mean, I don't see other idea with queen c2.
No.
I mean, all the other moves like ideas or knight a4 can be made without the queen being on c2. So why
The
exactly
only thing
putting
is
the queen
protecting
there?
the
only
e4.
thing is the control of the e4 square.
Trying to.
So
very interesting. We will see. Although the position is symmetrical and it looks to be like calm, but there is a lot of active piece play.
A lot of pieces on the board.
So, board number 4, we have more development here.
What happened here? This is the Semislav, we were talking about.
Okay.
So queen is 7. We saw this.
Here, queen
Short
e7.
castle. And now, okay, so black did not bring the bishop back to d6. He went for d5 push immediately. Which is probably correct, because bishop d6, e4, I think it's a problem.
And maybe he's not, he doesn't want to lose time going back. So if I can do it without it.
Yeah, and I think it's time sensitive, because bishop d6, as we said, maybe just e4, white plays e4 himself, and then it's a bit more problematic for black.
True.
And I would expect this still to be preparation. So So e5,
Queen c2.
But now this is already
takes on
kind of
c3.
strange.
Just by his own will.
Yeah,
as you
yeah,
say.
exactly.
No e3, nothing.
Why, for example, I mean, I'm not sure why not bishop d6,
Yeah.
which looks
Or simply
very
why?
natural.
Yeah. It's very interesting, this commitment taking on c3.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's
Deciding.
playing for light square domination in a way because he's eliminating this knight that controls e4, d5, and he's
push
trying
e4.
to achieve this blockade. So e4 and
Okay,
then
embarrassing.
b5, he's just playing on the light squares.
Because the knight is a bit embarrassed on e1, but
Yeah.
okay, so he's now choosing a forced line,
Yeah.
taking on c3, pushing e4.
Yeah, and knight b6. So he's
and
playing like
b5, knight
like, you know,
b6.
like reversed advanced French in a way. You know, just
Yeah.
controlling the center. The light squares e4, d5, strong control.
And says your bishop on d2 is not a bishop
Exactly.
pair. I'm happy with
Exactly.
with.
So he has this absolute, for now, control of the light squares, and
Normally, white
possible way
likes
to
to
play.
release the pressure a bit with a4, but now it's not possible.
Yeah.
The knight is protecting all the light squares, and maybe
Yeah.
with bishop e6 as well
Yeah, exactly. Just
will
control
be
everything.
things.
Yeah. So
C4
yeah, it's
is
a
not
possible
a
strategy.
possibility. Here, I think the only way white can continue the game is the idea
Yeah,
of
push
c4.
c4. Yes, yeah. I mean, otherwise he's strangulated. Imagine bishop e6, bishop c4 coming. It's complete like paralysis.
True, domination over the white
Yeah.
squares.
So he actually did it and
Okay.
sacrificed the pawn there.
He pushed c4 now, even if it would be captured by piece.
Just a second. I mean, can we go back a little bit?
Of course.
Why not c4 without queen b2?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because now it's either now or not.
At least it's not a sacrifice of a pawn.
Yeah, because it's also the bishop will be a little bit more active
Yeah,
on
yeah.
b4.
So why not c4 immediately?
He wants to push it and to attack bishop b4, maybe to have this spin.
Yeah, but there is also the rook is hanging on f1, so it's like
True.
double. I mean, okay, maybe it's a line he calculated, but just pushing c4 here immediately, I don't know.
Yeah, c4 directly. Let's try it.
So I don't know.
And
like
see what happens here. c4.
I mean, looks natural to me, but yeah, I'm missing something on
Could
that.
he try to play bishop to
E6,
e6 normal? I
yeah,
mean,
he can do that.
but the
But
pawn on
take
b5
on
is hanging.
Take twice on b5, yeah.
I think this is not enough. No, bishop e6 doesn't look to be
Not sure.
the move. But c4 maybe just take
Yeah, take.
to force things a bit. Bishop
take,
takes,
take.
takes.
But now c6 is weak and bishop b4 is a
True.
threat, so
Could he play bishop e6 first? If you take on c6, I can take on a6 and claim that
yeah, maybe.
it's okay. And
Maybe, but even simple queen a4 threatening bishop b4, I think it's kind of, at least it's free play for white.
yeah, I totally agree. I prefer here at least white in
But-
this position.
So looks kind of sensible for white to get rid of this bind, yeah, that like that he got under. But he probably went for a forcing line because he went queen b2, bishop e6, and then c4. He sacrificed this pawn.
So he met bishop e6, was ready. Anyway, I'm going to play.
Yeah. So he
C4.
probably calculated
Very interesting
something.
play by Hampus.
Yeah. So knight c4 a bit takes, and bishop b4, queen e6, bishop f8. Yeah.
Okay.
But-
Could he play rook takes bishop? Because anyway, the
Yeah.
rook is trapped on f1.
Yeah. So
No hurry to get it back.
I don't know if this is just pawn down for white for nothing or like what, but
It looks to me,
it's a strange decision. I think
yeah.
a strange decision, but okay. I don't know.
I totally agree, because for example, if we say rook takes bishop, just a simple move. I'm taking the rook next move.
Yeah.
The knight also on e1 is not so
Yeah, not that great. Yeah.
well placed. Yeah.
I mean, he can even. I mean, getting it to b4 doesn't do much. I mean, it's like knight d5 can be challenged, or like push
or a5 at some moment. Yeah.
So it's like the knight is like not.
The knight is not coming to c5 easily. You need to play
No.
knight c2, knight a1, knight b3, and then to c5.
That's a
And you
lot.
can meet all of this by knight d7.
And also
so it's-
a5, a4, and it's like.
You won't be able to do it. So I think black is
Yeah, it's
promising here.
strange decision by white. So
maybe he miscalculated. I'm not sure.
yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah.
So we move on.
Yeah.
We have
This is
Kaido.
the Spanish got wild.
Spanish.
So move
Oh,
for 14. We left
we left at
after
the bishop
B7.
b7. Yeah.
Okay. So he played a3. This is useful because after he decided there is no knight b4. Yeah.
Taking.
And,
So if there is an exchange
That's what
here.
that's what happened. He decided.
Okay, so it's happened.
Decided,
Yes.
but he played
And
knight
then the
e7.
b4 is covered.
Yeah, exactly.
There is
This the
no
point.
threat.
He went knight e7. Yeah. And
Knight e7,
and knight h4.
clearing the bishop
Yeah.
pair diagonals.
Yeah, and also threatening knight g6.
And
so
knight
knight
g6.
h4. I remember playing this idea, meeting knight e7 with knight h4 in one game against Korneev
Okay.
a long time. And I was happy to find it over the board. And I thought it was kind of unpleasant for black because the knight on e7 now is like feeling a bit claustrophobic, you know? I mean, can't go to g6.
No.
Going back doesn't make much sense.
Blocking the rook on
Yeah,
e8.
Brooklyn, it's kind of, you know, you want to move it, but you don't have where. Okay,
Where?
c5 is what he played because it's the only other plausible idea he took.
So can c5.
But this is always dangerous because e5, you see knight on e7 is again blocking the e-file and e5 is possible for white.
For white, yeah.
And it's something that white, like in a sort of dream scenario, like both bishops are open towards the king side.
True.
You know, and white gets this
And
typical...
especially after the push e5, you will have a clear path for the queen over the queen
yeah,
side.
when the knight moves.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
So
we
that's what
don't-
you need, e5, knight
What has
d5.
happened? They played e5, okay.
Yeah, knight d5 and now bishop h6.
Oh.
And this is already looks
Fantastic.
promising at first sight. Okay, we need to calculate a little bit, but it looks pretty good.
If it takes
There
queen
is some
h5
queen
probably,
h5, yeah.
looks to be the move. Queen
Yeah,
h5.
or maybe he can try and give check. King moves and then king h8, let's say, and then queen h5. And then there's
queen
a threat
h5.
with check.
Check and the pawn on f7 also
Exactly.
hanging.
So maybe king g7, he must play king g7 then.
So if he takes the bishop,
Let's say check.
queen to g4 check,
King
and
h8,
now king
let's
to
say,
h8,
and now queen h5.
and now
Maybe
queen
there is
h5.
knight g8, but I don't know. Then queen f5 and there is mate on
Knight g8,
queen f5
queen
and there is
f5
mate.
on the diagonal. So
mate on
this is
h7,
really difficult to defend.
Yeah, looks pretty grim.
We can see that all the pieces
Exactly.
on the queen side, this is typical attacking ideas.
Yeah.
So probably Kaido got the idea of taking there when all the pieces are on the...
Yeah, stuck
Queen
on the other
side
side,
side.
yeah.
But maybe it's not enough, we don't know. But at
Yeah,
least it looks to be enough.
Looks pretty
promising, yeah.
Yeah.
And he has good timing on the clock still
Yeah.
with 47 minutes. So he,
Yeah,
I think,
looks
looks
pretty good,
pretty good for white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Black
looks,
needs to be
looks
active in the precise in the defense.
yeah, but it's obviously he's under pressure.
Great.
And here we have a mess. Yeah,
Board
the next
7.
game.
Rakesh Kumar against Dominic Horvath.
Yeah, we rook b5.
Yes, rook b5. It was very interesting to know what is the idea behind rook b5. So he answered it simply with queen c7,
Yeah, knight b3,
knight b3,
hitting d5, rook d8.
rook d8,
Queen D2.
protecting, queen d2, e6. Out of all moves, e6.
Yeah, just keeping
I
it
was
solid,
thinking
but-
about bishop f5, bishop e4 at some moment,
Uh-huh.
simply developing this bishop somewhere, but he chose e6.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to keep it solid in a way because again, following the strategical rule, he has the pair of bishops, right?
Yes.
So he's placing the pawns on the square of the opponent's bishop. So the pawns are limiting the opponent's bishop, and at the same time maximizing the activity of his own unopposed bishop, which is the dark squared bishop.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex.
So-
Shall we highlight it to the
Yeah.
spectators? So now Dominic has the bishop pair, as we can see, on c8 and g7, and where to put the pawns, because
exactly.
normally you don't know where to put the pawns. You have bishop on black square or white square, but where is the opponent's bishop?
Yeah.
It's a light squared bishop, so let's put our pawns on the light squares
Yeah.
to limit the activity of the white square bishop.
And maximize your own unopposed bishop's activity because the pawns are not in the way.
Exactly, so the
Yeah.
black squares are more vulnerable for your bishop.
Exactly.
So e6, rook b1, again trying to put a lot of pressure on b7.
Yeah, but as long b6, he
B6
just wants to
was
get rid
played.
of that pawn on c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but queen e3.
Okay.
I find White's play kind of in a way typical Indian.
Yes.
I mean, like very tactically alert. I mean, strategically maybe not very sound. But okay, when I say typical Indian, it's like I'm not. Trying to say, but I remember like in 2005, I was playing these tournaments in Spain, and I was witness of I call it the first Indian invasion to Europe.
Yeah.
Chess invasion, yeah. And there was a huge contingent of Indian players, and I remember there was Tanya Sajdev was there, Parimarjan Negi was there,
Gupta.
Yeah, Gupta was there, Abhijit was there, yeah, Nilotpal Das was there, and there were a lot of like, and the impression I got when playing with them was like, you could hope to outplay them strategically or positionally, yeah. But then when time would come to calculate or something,
Tactical,
they were monsters.
You have no chance.
Yeah. And
Isn't also it's the characteristic of young players?
Young players as well.
In general.
Yes. But the Indians are really super strong in calculation. And I remember also when I think this was in Dubai at the World Championship match, and Tanya was there doing these commentaries and for the Play Magnus, let's say, lounge. Okay, and she would invite various grandmasters to give a kind of a brief description of the position of the board, plans and so on. And at one point we were just chatting, and then I said, Tanya, do you know how I call this Indian why the Indians are so strong, and what is their typical play or something? And she said something, but okay, I don't remember what. But I say, no, it's not that. This is what it is. What is it? And I said it in Spanish, which was siempre molestar, which is like constant harassment. And they play in such a way that they constantly harass you with their moves.
Yeah.
And it's such an annoying style to play against.
Yeah.
And sooner or later you miss your concentration, you miss something, and then just kill you.
Tactical alert all the time.
So here, for example, you see White's opening was not that great, okay? He spoiled his structure, lost the bishop pair, but now he's just playing these annoying moves, okay? Putting stuff on the b file, creating some tension in the position.
Yeah.
And things, and you look, like in two more moves, he's even sacrificing, d4, I'm not so sure about d4, queen e4, bishop a6, and now a4. Creating even more tension in the position,
more calculation.
And it's like complete mess, and they are very talented at creating mess, And now bishop h3, look at this move, okay?
Wow.
Bishop h3. Okay, who would
trying
think
to
of
sacrifice on e6 and knight g5 or what?
Yeah, stuff like this. Just introducing some random tactical elements in the position,
Yeah.
and you find it difficult to deal with this, yeah?
You don't know where is
what's
it
coming.
from.
Yeah, exactly. So here he goes rook here, defending,
Okay,
yeah?
defending
No,
the
knight
e6.
bd2. Just leaving that rook on b5. He doesn't care. Yeah? And he took on b5, a b5. Complete mess. It may be completely lost for White, I don't know, but it's a mess.
It's not so easy to find the.
No, and they thrive on
But
this.
I think also Dominic has a lot of time still on the clock, so
Yeah,
he seems
definitely.
to. Kumar has or Rakesh, he has only 11 minutes, and Dominic has 1 hour.
Yeah, more than 1 hour.
So
honestly, I don't see compensation here for White.
Big time difference, time advantage.
Okay, the knight moves, then maybe c6, but still, maybe there is. I have no idea what's going on, honestly.
No.
Yeah, it's like
A lot of mess.
Yeah, it's a huge mess.
Knight is coming to c4, to d6 as well, to e5, everything.
Yeah. Maybe some sort of positional bind, like say the knight moves, then c6, yeah, and then
you don't
put
have any
something
space
on e5. Yeah, maybe it's just some sort of a bind, Typical Indian stuff, which is very, very annoying and good for them, basically. Yeah, to play like this.
Okay, we go to board number 7.
Levaich. Okay, the 4 pawns attack. Yeah.
The very interesting 4 pawns attack.
Yeah, we got it at rook
h3, bishop
rook e7.
takes,
Yeah.
and then g4 was answered by rook e7.
Yeah, we spoke about this. Yeah, g5, knight
g5, knight e8, and okay, he ignores totally a6. You can play b5, do what you want, because I will continue my plan.
He probably had an idea, and this is what he played: b5, e5. Yeah.
Directly.
But he wins some material.
Okay.
After d6.
Principally speaking, you have to take on e5.
Yeah, and d6 now.
And then d6.
Move the rook and take on a8.
And take on 8.
But
Queen
you know,
takes.
I mean, I'm never sure about these transformations because on the surface, yeah, white wins material, yeah. But then the opposition opens up and his king is weak.
It is typical King's Indian and Benoni structures,
yeah.
where you manage to get an exchange either with bishop takes a8 as in this diagram, or a knight to b5 c7 grabbing
like
an
this.
exchange, but then black all his pieces get released and it's very difficult to win.
And the question here is whether white manages to keep control. If white manages to keep control and secure the king or exchange queens or something, then he will win.
True.
Otherwise, it gets very messy and anything is possible.
True.
So honestly, I mean, I don't know here. I mean, why is he thinking? Because maybe he can go rook d6 first, and then if bishop d5, some b4 maybe.
So it's
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's actually working or not.
But okay, the pawn on d6 will fall, or what? After queen takes a8.
Yeah, queen a8. I don't know.
There is no knight e4 even.
No knight e4. Maybe f takes e5.
F takes e5. Bishop
e5.
takes, I think, and then the.
But maybe there is queen d5 after queen a8.
Okay.
Trying to exchange queens.
Okay.
So okay, he's thinking, but yeah, I mean, it's all about control. If white keeps it controlled, he will win. Otherwise, it's a huge mess. So it's a matter of, I mean, I think this game will be decided in the next few moves because we will see whether white keeps control or not.
True. So we go to the last game.
Sashikiran against Peterson. Yeah, and we left it off at move 15, yeah?
Let's continue. E3 was played. B3, yeah. We talked about all of this.
Yeah, and you remember, okay, just before B5.
E5, yeah.
We were talking about this, whether he goes for some D5 take or E5, but he chose the third option, B5.
B5 looks to be also, the pawn on B6 look a little bit fragile or something, so get rid of it.
Yeah, it makes sense, But even
and then D5 comes free, because more or less a piece will take back on C4. Maybe.
Say actually he took with the pawn, so it's...
Okay.
So it's kind of a trade-off, yeah? And BC. But I mean,
because the D5 square,
exactly.
He has to keep control over the center,
Exactly.
so it will be...
Exactly.
But on the other hand, it's a pawn under the...
Yeah, it's well
C
defended
line
though, but still it's an important
target
pawn. Yeah, it's
at
important
some
pawn for both. Yeah, it's a target and also a good pawn to control D5.
You will try to play bishop A6, knight B6, or maybe D5, also exploiting the pin on the diagonal.
Yeah.
With D5, but okay. Let's see how did they develop.
Bishop C6. Knight C5, F3, and bishop C. So he's basically abandoning the idea to attack the pawn. He wants to blockade it.
Yes, and says, okay, you have an isolated pawn. Let's keep it, blockade it, and we will see to exchange some more pieces.
Yeah. So now at least we can say that black has compensation for the pair of bishops in view of better structure. Yeah, because that pawn on C4 is isolated.
True.
Yeah. So rook B1, knight D7, queen D1. Right,
but to say the truth, if you ask me here, which side of the board would you choose? I think I would choose black.
It's more solid,
it's more solid, more easy game, more easy play for.
Yeah.
You have also, he did the typical maneuver of the knights on E5 and C5,
pieces on
pawn
safe
on
squares.
D6, all these dark squares.
Safe squares, solid squares. White doesn't have really targets.
No.
So it's quite a maneuvering game and looks pretty solid for black. I mean,
I think I choose it.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we take our break now?
Yeah, we can take another break.
A
few minutes, and then we will also see the start of the second game of the match.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yeah. See you soon. Okay, hi, welcome back to the live commentary of the Rilton Cup. This is Grandmaster Alex Colovic. I will continue the commentary now alone because Omar unfortunately had to leave, but we are still here. So let's resume where we left off. The second game of the Rilton match still hasn't started, so we will start with the games from the Cup. So on board one, we had this really interesting, quite unexpected for me development where from this exchange variation of the Slav, White had this really smooth and pleasant position, which he managed to mess up very quickly. And when we left off by move 24, White was basically lost. And he did lose the game. In fact, the game finished in the meantime. We will see how it went. We saw the position after f5 when the idea of the move being that Black is fighting for control of d5 square. So White played rook h2, and after rook h2, bishop h2, Black played rook h8. It just White doesn't really have compensation for the two pawns, and there are also a lot of weak pawns in his position. Now with rook h8, Black is targeting the pawn on h4, so attacking one more weak pawn, and e4 is also hanging. So White played rook b1, threatening rook b7, but giving that pawn on h4 with tempo. So rook h4, a third pawn extra for Black. Hitting the bishop on h2, so there is no time for rook b7. Bishop e5, moving away. Rook h3 check, and king c2. I'm not sure why White did not take on c4, which I'm pretty sure it was possible. So let's say king c4, and now let's say bishop e2, and then king b4, I suppose. Should still be winning for Black. Let's say f takes e4, and he's still like a lot of pawns up, 3. But maybe it's a better fighting chance. Anyway, I don't think it should have affected the result of the game. But anyway, okay. So rook h3, king c2, knight b5 now, blocking the b file and preventing rook b7, bishop b5. cb5, okay, rook takes b5, and now f takes e4. So Black is still 3 pawns up, but now at least there are opposite colored bishops on the board. So this gives White some chances. Yeah. So rook b7, he's going to get some back. King c6, rook takes g7, bishop f5, threatening e3 check, rook c7 check, king b6, rook c4. And now rook a3. So now it's 2 pawns up, but this one, the pawns on d file, they're doubled. So okay, there is a two passed pawns, so it should still suffice, but some technique is probably required, and White can put up some resistance. Okay, and now rook b4. Some check. I'm not sure this is necessary check. Why he did that, I'm not sure. King a6. Okay, another strange move. Why not king a5 with tempo? But okay, I don't think it should matter. Okay, king b2, rook d3. The problem is that the e pawn is going, and the bishop on e5 cannot really take part in the defense. Rook a4 check, king b6, rook b4, king a5 now. Okay, rook b7, hitting that pawn on a7, king a6 with tempo, rook goes to g7, and finally e3. So the pawn is the decisive one, and White cannot coordinate his pieces to defend. So bishop b8, but just the pawn promotes e2, rook a7, king b6, rook a1, rook d2, and then rook d1 next, and the pawn promotes, and Black wins. Very, very surprising game, and even scenario, I would say, on board one, in a game where I was really expecting White to press without any risk, where in fact we got completely the opposite, White messing up a really safe and promising endgame in a few moves. So a win for the Black player, Pranesh. and now he's the leader for now of the tournament. So let's move to board 2, where we had Abdullaouf against Smirin, and we left off where the position on move 19 after e5, where we said that White had a choice between knight d4 and e6, and he chose e6. And very quickly this position transformed into a very, very promising attack for White. In fact, following typical scenarios from the semi-Tarash, which is practically the same structure, the same piece setup also, where Black is, even though he's a pawn up, he's without counterplay, simply because the knight on a5 is out of the game, and all White's pieces are nicely concentrated in the center and are ready to start attacking the king side. So rook c4, hitting that bishop on f4. Now knight d4, centralizing the knight. Maybe it was possible just to move the bishop, but okay, knight d4 is a typical move in these structures, so it's a natural one. And now f6. Now I don't like this, just allowing White with that massive pawn on e6 looks wrong. I'm not sure what's better instead of f6, but maybe just challenging that knight with I don't know, knight c6, bishop c5, something like this. But still, it's a difficult position in practice to play for Black. They're always very unpleasant in the semi-Tarash and here as well. Very difficult to defend, and Smirin, it's not a player who likes to defend, and so he's not comfortable, and it's even objectively it's difficult. So not surprising that he ended up in a very bad position. So f6, queen f3, defending the bishop, threatening knight f5, g6, stopping that, but this just f6, g6, they do weaken Black's king. So h4, a natural way to soften the king side. So h5 is a threat. So queen c8, maybe rook c3 is an idea, but h5 now. Now if rook c3, then just queen g4, I suppose. So knight c6. Finally, the knight is coming back, challenging that knight on d4, but White is just in time. He takes on g6 first. No time for knight d4 because of queen h5. And hg, and now knight f5, a nice move. Yeah. The point being, of course, that if let's show gf5, yeah, there is queen g3, check, king goes to the h file, king h8 or something, yeah. So another queen check, queen h4, king moves back, king g7, king g8, let's say, okay. And now rook d3, for example, yeah. And the rook comes to g3, and mate will follow shortly, yeah. Or White wins massive material. So it's not possible to take that knight. So knight f5, the queen goes back to e8, defending that bishop on e7, and also the pawn on g6. Knight e3. I suppose queen g3 was also possible, but knight e3, now it's a double attack on the rook on c4 and knight d5. So rook c3, pinning the knight and getting away from the attack, but this gives up the pawn on d5, yeah. Queen takes d5, and now rook c5. Now, okay, what do we have is that, like, White regained the pawn and kept massively superior position. That great pawn on e6, much better pieces, safer king. So all these advantages give him a decisive advantage, yeah. So White is winning. So queen goes back to f3, g5. It's difficult to suggest anything for Black because his position is organically worse, and whatever he does, he cannot improve it. You know, the king will remain weak. That pawn on e6 will remain a strong passed pawn, and Black's piece and White's pieces will remain more active. So g5, bishop c7, Could have gone to g3 as well, I think, but bishop c7, it's fine. Queen g6, trying to activate at least the queen. Knight d5. Yeah, just simply putting pieces in the center. It's just rook d7, I suppose, was also a pretty good alternative. Knight e5, rook c8, and bishop g3. So this is the position we have. Looks really crushing for white, but still some work is required, simply because there is no direct breakthrough, no direct, let's say, forcing winning line. So white, normally the scenario in such cases is that white improves the position up to a point where a combinational or calculational solution is possible, when of course white should calculate the win and just wrap the game up. So this would be again a nice win for white, beating one of the rating favorites, but it has to be said that Smirin did not make the good positional decision earlier in the game when he allowed this, I think, bishop on d5 to be exchanged, even though he won a pawn, but he allowed this massive compensation for white. So here I expect at least white to win, and in which case we will have again two leaders. Yeah, we'll have Pranesh and Abdirlauf leading the tournament. So on board 3 we had Parkhov against Meshkovs. We left it at move, we said queen c2, that was move 15. Yeah, when I mentioned that one of the ideas is to put a knight on e4, but this did not happen. Black played bishop d7, and after rook fd1 he played bishop c6. Turns out it's not so easy for black to defend this, because I have the impression that the time he spent on knight e5, knight g6, he's missing those two moves. The knight is not better on g6 than it was on c6, and the two moves spent, he's missing these two moves to get the queen out of the d file and connect the rooks. So for example, if now after rook fd1 he plays queen e7, just trying to get away from the problems on the d file, then I guess knight e4 is possible. Yeah, and if that knight e4, yeah, queen takes e4, and bishop c6. This would be ideal if it were not for queen d4. And now we have a double attack on the bishop on d6 and mate on g7, when white wins a piece. So it's a line that shows the problems black is facing in this position, and I see the reason for this maneuvers. I mean time spent on the maneuver knight e5, knight g6. So instead of this in the game, black played bishop c6, and after knight d4, he's in a way, I mean, bishop d7 looks strange, because just going back not to give up the bishop pair looks at least very risky. So he went for the natural rook c8, but after knight takes c6, rook takes c6, it looks like black has no compensation for white's pair of bishops. So surprising in a way that black got into trouble in a seemingly innocuous position, but this also shows that these positions can be deceivingly tricky, because you lose a little bit of time, knight e5, knight g6, and all of a sudden you have no time to finish development and you end up in trouble. So a good lesson to learn here. So white continued bishop f3, rook goes back to c7, defending the pawn on b7, and now queen b1. Now I'm not sure about queen b1, because for example I think a move like g3 would have been very nice. The point being, if knight e5, then the bishop remains on the long diagonal, bishop g2. Or yeah, looks, but then maybe knight c4. I'm not sure what's happening. So knight c4, but then knight a4. Yeah, maybe pinning, but there's no pin actually. Okay, not quite sure. Yeah, not quite sure. Okay, maybe then if the bishop has to go to e2, then not much of a difference to the game, maybe. Yeah, so queen b1, Knight e5, bishop e2, knight c4, and now bishop c4. So okay, I'm not sure what happened here. I'm pretty sure white must have had some way to keep the pair of bishops safely, but as it was, he quickly gave it up, even though it still appears that he has some initiative. Okay, rook takes c4, because of this sensitivity that black has on the d file. Yeah, so it's still some initiative for white, even though maybe black should be able somehow to navigate this. Okay, so knight e4, that looks tempting. Okay, rook takes e1, rook takes e1, knight takes e4, queen takes e4, queen e7. Yeah, g3. Yeah, it looks like black got away just with a scare. I have the impression that white could have and should have capitalized better with that advantage of the pair of bishops he got. I have the impression he gave it back way too easily, because here this should be drawable for black. Okay, f6. Not sure about f6, looks ugly, but just gets rid of issues on the long diagonal, but I don't like the move. Maybe it's okay. Bishop d4, queen d7, bishop c5. Okay, this is just nothing. Okay, bishop c5 is just playing for a draw. I mean, if white wanted something, he should have gone queen c2, I suppose, just to keep control over the c file. Okay, and then maybe bishop b6 and try to put some pressure. Black is still not out of the woods, but bishop c5 is just playing for a draw. This is basically a draw for bishop c5, rook c5. Okay, this is just equal, and rook c8. Okay, queen d4. Yeah, this is just equal. This will be a draw. So okay, I mean, I think a good getting away from trouble by Meshkovs. Okay, thanks to his opponent, but he should be happy with this outcome. Yeah. Okay, this will be a draw. So let's move on. Game 4. Board 4. We left off where after bishop takes f8, move 19, where black was a clear pawn up for no visible compensation. So after rook f8, knight c2, bishop f1, rook f1, black is a clear pawn up and based in technically winning position. So let's see how things progressed. a5, knight a1, threatening knight b3, a4, stopping that, knight goes back to c2, now knight d5, stopping, like controlling b4, so in case of knight b4, black can take. White's problem, apart from being a pawn down, is that he has absolutely no counterplay, and black can just see what to do. Okay, whether to push c5 and then start advance on the queen side, or probe on the king side, h5, h4, and so on. So it's very unenviable position for white. So really surprising development that out of the opening, how quickly white got in trouble, and was like by move 15 he was worse and gave up a pawn. So not a good play in the early middle game by Sorensen. So he goes rook c1, queen d6, black can take the time, yeah. a3, stopping some b4. Okay, knight b6, going to c4 maybe, queen c3, knight c4, rook e1, h5, yeah, opening aloof, then probing a little bit h4, h3 if possible, f3. Yeah, this is definitely weakening, but I understand White's desire to not just die by being strangulated and to obtain some counterplay. Yeah. Rook e8. I'm not sure what happened. Like if just take on f3, f3, g3. This has the advantage of actually weakening White's king. So I guess this is also quite good. Okay, maybe even queen f6, hitting f3, and then there is also the queen on f6 is spinning that pawn on d4, so c5 becomes possible. Yeah, just another way to win, I guess. Okay, black decided to keep central control with rook e8, and now f4. Okay, this at least keeps the king safe. Yeah. white didn't get his counterplay, but at least he gets the king safe. As now with the pawn on f4, it's easier to defend the king side. So now black needs to find a breakthrough. Yeah, most likely connected with c5, but we will see. So h4, king f2, bit of a strange move, but okay. Queen e6, rook g1, strange. I mean, probably white should just play h3 and wait. Yeah, for black to organize, but waiting is difficult. Yeah, waiting is one of the most difficult things to do in chess. So queen g4, maybe some h3 ideas. Queen a1. Okay, well, not much to do. Rook e6, queen d1. Okay, so he's looking for an endgame. And queen f5. Yeah, black can yeah, he's keeping the queens on board because white king is kind of vulnerable. So this introduces some g5 maybe ideas. So g4, white doesn't want to wait. H takes g3, rook takes g3, rook h6, hitting the pawn on h2, and king g1. Okay, white weakened the king, but maybe hope that something on the g file is some sort of counterplay. Black is still winning, but still some work is necessary, and he will likely combine play on both sides, because c5 at some point should happen, I think, to open up the game a little bit and open a second front, because black cannot really break through on the king side. On the queen side, the knight on c2 is controlling b4, so there is no breakthrough with b4. So by c5, and if these pawns are exchanged, then this opens the d file, and that can allow black greater mobility, especially for the rook, and he can use the d file to penetrate the position. So this is winning, and but it will take some time. Yeah. So let's move to board number 5. We left it at move 19, where Colovic played this nice sacrifice. Bishop takes h6, g takes h6, and now queen h5. I remember I mentioned queen g4 when we left off, but that is not very precise, because instead of king h8 that we were looking at, actually king f8 is better. The point being that after queen h5 now, there is knight g8. Yeah, and the king defends the pawn on f7, the knight on g8 defends the pawn on h6, and the attack is stopped. So Colovic played the superior queen h5, hitting that pawn on h6. So king g7, defending the pawn, but now e6 very strong. Yeah, the attack on the pawn on f7 is happening, and black played rook f8 because he can't really take f takes e6, because after rook takes e6 there is a renewed attack on the pawn on h6. Yeah, and then this just falls apart. Let's say rook h8, and I don't know, knight f5, queen g4. This just looks over. Normally in a game you see this position and say, okay, there must be something here. You probably look for a direct win, but it's just it's winning. Yeah. So after e6, he went rook f8. Yeah, and knight f5 by Colovic. Probably there are other ways, queen g4, maybe rook e4. It's very tempting. And then I went to during the break, I went to the playing hall, and I saw him spending quite some time here trying to calculate the win. And the problem here for white is that there are many tempting possibilities. Yeah. And it's difficult to decide, between them. He went knight f5, looks okay. Knight takes a5. Queen takes f5, threatening queen h7. Knight f6. And now rook e3. I wonder what happens after e7. Just very nice spin, maybe queen d5, but then just, okay, threatening mate on g2, but just white wins material. E takes f8 queen. Let's say, okay, king f8, whatever, doesn't matter, and then the queens are exchanged, queen takes d5, and it looks like a technical win for white. Exchange up, clear exchange, so e7, I guess it was winning, unless okay, I don't know if black can take the knight on d2, but let's say queen takes d2, e takes f8 queen again, Rook takes f8, so the king continues defending the knight on f6. And now what? Okay, maybe this was the reason why Kulouts went for something else. I mean, I have an impression this should still be fine for black, but sorry, for white. I'm not sure maybe what to do. Maybe rook e7. I don't know. Rook e7 maybe. Okay, there is a threat of queen g6 and there is a threat of rook b7. Yeah, and if it takes on c2, no, can't take on c2. Sorry, no taking on c2. Yeah, so then this looks kind of powerful. Yeah, I mean this wraps it up. There is no defense against queen g6 and rook b7. Okay, so maybe he missed rook e7. Okay, whatever the reason, he did not go e7. He went rook e3. Also looks kind of tempting. The threat is rook g3 and getting the rook in the attack. So rook g8. So if let's say if rook g3, the king can run away, and there is also when the king moves. Then I mean, if white doesn't play rook g3, then the king moves. There is an attack on g2. Rook g3 check. That's what white played, and king f8. I mean, it's too complicated to tell whether h8 or f8 are better. But anyway, what we have here is actually quite a complex position where a lot of calculation is needed. White's attack does look promising, but it's a calculational game, and the players don't have time. White has 3 minutes left, black has 8 minutes left in a very complex position. So what happened was rook g8, king g8, ef7, king f8. Still, I'm not sure what happened here, but I get the impression that maybe white misplayed it because he's left without attacking pieces. It's just the queen and the bishop, but then the knight on f6 is controlling all the light squares and it cannot be dislodged. So maybe just white misplayed this, and that would be very unfortunate because what looked like a exemplary Ruy Lopez attack for white, bishop a6, queen h5, just all the pieces there and all black's pieces trending to the other side, now ending up in a heartbreak would be a bit sad for all Ruy Lopez lovers, but well, maybe just that position turned out to be too complex for white to calculate his way through. So still 13 moves left to the time control, and white needs to find something here. So he has just 2 pawns for the piece, and that pawn f7 is not going to be lost sooner or later. But the problem is that he can't kind of get his pieces into the attack. Okay, we will see what happens here. If time permits, we can go back. We have a decisive game on board 6. We left it, where did we leave? Black won, and that was the position where we were talking about the Indian style of play, if you remember. Let me just try to get there. Okay, with this rook b5, I'll just move more quickly because I can't move the sidebar. Okay, maybe now I can. And we left off here, yeah, knight bd2. When I said it's such it's a complete mess, but what happened is that black managed to control the mess. So he took the exchange, bishop b5, ab5, knight b8, and after c6 he went for a6, undermining this pawn pair b5 c6. Because if white manages to keep that pawn on c6, he will have decent compensation. But now it just can't stay there, and it's quite likely that he will lose both these. Both pawns will be eliminated, b5 and c6. So he went knight d4, ab5, yeah, and now the pawn on c6 is also pawning, yeah, and there is just no compensation for the material. So black won, but it was not without some adventures. So bishop g2 played by white. He tries to keep that pawn on c6, but simplest is just take bishop d4, queen d4, and knight takes c6, hitting the queen. Bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, and knight e4. So this is what white was hoping for. He's hoping to use these dark square weaknesses around black's king with knight f6 and so on. But it turns out that he has nothing there. A few checks, and black's king will be forced to move to the center. But white simply doesn't have enough firepower to get anything more. So rook e d8, queen e5. Okay, knight f6, queen e5, queen c7 is probably just amounts to the same. Okay, and now king g7. So king f8, I guess it's also possible. But it's funny because he's putting himself under this discovered attack, but white has nothing. So for example, if knight d5, the king just goes to h6 and there's nothing. Not king f8, queen h8 mate, but king h6 and the knight is pinned and there is nothing there for white. So white gave knight h5 check, king f8. He gave few more checks. The king went to the center, but there was nothing left for white. King e7. And now he gave queen f6 check, king e8, queen h8, and now king d7. So no more checks. Yeah. He took on h7, queen h7, and black took the knight. And now it's a full rook up and a few more checks left for white. King, queen f7 check, king d6. He tried f5. White was in massive time trouble here, playing literally on seconds, but there's nothing here. For example, rook d1 check, just king c5, and the king runs away, and black remains a full rook up. Let's say queen e7 and rook d6, and that's pretty much it. So white tried some desperado stuff like f5, but rook d7, rook queen e6, queen c7, and queen e5, queen b7, and white just resigned. Strange game where in the Indian style of constant harassment was not rewarded, mainly because he was just strategically too wrecked, I would say. Yeah, his structure was too wrecked, and when he tried to create this typical desperate tactical tries, they were simply not enough, and they were controlled by Horvat in very nice fashion. So nice win for black in this game. Let's go to board 7, where we had Levaich, and here we left off the position after he took on a8. As I was explaining, if white keeps control, he will win, but if not, then black should be fine. And the position, okay, queen a8, that was forced, queen d5. It's in white's favor to exchange queens because his king is weak. So queen takes d5. Speaking of which, I don't really think this was a good decision for black. I think he should have kept the queens. Let's say move the queen to somewhere b8, c8, I don't know, queen c8, something, and then try to take on d6. And I think this is quite unclear because the queen on c6, maybe when the rook moves, knight b6, queen h3 can become very, very, very sharp. But exchanging the queens is definitely in white's favor, and allowing the centralization of the knight. Knight takes d5, yeah. He took on f4. I don't know why he didn't take on d6, which I think that is the more important pawn. Rook takes d6. Let's say rook a d1. And I don't know. But this looks okay for white because his pieces are better coordinated. Yeah, black at the time for now has two pawns for the exchange, but white's pieces are coordinated better, and these knights are really silly on e8 and d7, and some knight e7 is a threat, and looks quite promising for white. I don't know how good it is, but it looks promising. But taking on f4, it just feels wrong because after bishop f4, the pawn on d6 stays alive, and it's a massive pawn for white. And this looks very good for white. So bishop takes b2, rook a d1, and c4. c4, I don't like this either, because it just seems that black is ignoring whatever happens in the center. Okay, now knight c7, a move I actually saw during the break, and I quite liked, and I thought that, okay, this looks like must be winning for white somehow, because the rook cannot move. Okay, and then let's say exchanging on e1 is kind of suicidal. Let's say rook e1, knight g7, the only move. Yeah, and now rook e7, and this is game over. Yeah. So what black did instead is he sacrificed another exchange, knight g7. Yeah, white took, knight e6, f e6, and it's a strange position. It feels that it should be winning for white, but it's complex. I mean, black definitely has relatively easy play, just push pawns. Yeah, try to control the d6 pawn, and white should seek somehow to find open files to break through. So maybe he, I mean, what felt like should be winning for white all of a sudden turns out still winning, but not easy. He went a4, king f7. What's with b4 then? b4, rook e4, maybe just hitting that pawn, and maybe black cannot no knight b6 because d7, and he's losing a pawn. Yeah, okay, if c3, rook b4, and there is no c2 because the rook moves, and there is and c1 is controlled twice by the bishop on f4 and the rook on d1. So no b4. Okay, king f7. Okay, centralizing move. A takes b5, a takes b5, and rook b1. Okay, and if c3 here, bishop c1. Yeah, and the bishop is exchanged. Okay, that's appears that white is moving in the right direction. So bishop c3, the only way not to lose a pawn. Yeah, rook f1, threatening some discover check, but there is knight f5. So maybe, I don't know, could he go rook ec1 with continue with tempo, b4 only move, not to lose the pawn. And now I don't know if there's something for white. Now maybe take on c3. Yeah, rook c3, bc, rook b7, king e8, rook c7. Yeah, yeah, this looks quite promising for white. This looks quite promising. Yeah, the pawns will be lost, and then yeah, black has some sort of light square blockade, but definitely great winning chances for white, I think. But okay, he went rook f1 instead. Knight f5, natural. Rook b5. Okay, so this was his idea. Okay, he went away with threatening bishop e5 actually, and winning the pawn. So let's see, bishop. No, he went e5. Okay, e5. I guess bishop d4 and c3 was possible, but okay. e5. Okay, liberates d6 square for the king. Okay. Bishop e3 and king e6. Yeah, this is anything but easy. Two exchanges up, only for a pawn, but the black has really stable squares for all his pieces, and he has this passed c pawn, so it's not clear at all. Rook c1, knight d4. Okay, threatening knight e2, hitting that rook. Bishop takes d4, he takes d4. Yeah, this king f2, king d6. Wow, two exchanges up, but two pawns, and they are not going anywhere, but they are threatening. So really very curious position. Okay, and white decided just not to deal with these pawns anymore. He took rook c3, but I'm pretty sure this is not. I mean, maybe practically it ensures that white won't get in trouble blundering something that the pawn somehow queen. But also I think it decreases his winning chances. So dc, king e2, knight c5, king d1, knight e6. Okay, preventing king c2 because knight d4 is a fork, and h4. And now it's black to move. c2 is possible, yeah, and then knight d4. No, black should be able to hold this, yeah, without. I think should be a draw. Yeah, very, very interesting game, very complex. I have a feeling that white should have won somehow. I'm not quite sure how or when, but maybe the turning point was that, okay, when he took on e6, because then all of a sudden black's pieces got like stable squares, and he managed to stabilize the position and started pushing. But then again, it's difficult to tell without deeper analysis. Yeah. So this should be a draw. Yeah. So let's move board 8. And here we had this maneuvering game. We left off move 20, yeah, where black had really good squares for his pieces and very safe position. Yeah. So let's see how the maneuvering went on. White played queen f1. There are no clear targets, so it's just the moves may not always have a clear idea why they are played. Yeah, queen f1, can't really tell. Okay, prevents knight d3, that's for sure. Yeah, but no other ideas for now. Okay, a4. Okay, just removing the pawn from the attacked square, but giving up the b4 square. So it's both pros and cons. Yeah. So rook d1. Rook was doing nothing on the d file. So rook d1. On the c file. So it's much better, a bit better on d1. f5. I'm not sure I would play f5 because it looks like a bit of a committal move. But I guess for now it doesn't harm black's position. So queen f2. Now there is no threat of knight d3, so white is improving the position of the queen. Now knight d7. I don't know why he decided to move the knight from the nice central spot, but again, black is not worsening his position in any significant way, even though I wouldn't personally play f5 and knight d7. I just liked where they were. Okay, bishop b4, rook b8, queen g3, and okay, knight f1. Yeah, knight f1 opens the d file, but then again, knight goes back to e5. It's a very, very difficult strategical and maneuvering, yeah. No clear targets for either player, and they're just trying to maybe... White is actually trying to improve somehow the scope of his pieces, where black is more like being static and just keeping it as it is. So queen g3. Okay, just no major threats, but okay. Knight f7. Okay, just defending the pawn on d6. If he really wanted to move the knight, he could have just gone h6 or something, playing a move. Just doesn't worsen anything. So queen e1, going back, continuing the maneuvering. Bishop e8. Okay, opening the c file a little bit. It's fine. Queen c3. Rook b7. Still maneuvering. So what happens in such games is that players maneuver until one side makes some sort of inaccuracy that the other side can maybe take advantage of by some tactical means. And if it doesn't happen, game continues in this maneuvering style. So rook b2. Okay, just maybe trying to double on the d file, yeah, or on the b file. Rook c7, rook b1. Okay, so doubling on the b file, maybe bishop a5, then maybe penetrate, but nothing serious really. Knight goes back to e5. Knight goes to d2, covering the pawn on c4. Knight d7 now. Rook d1. Okay, no clear targets, just moving, shuffling the pieces and waiting for something to happen, yeah? So rook c6. Rook b1. Queen f6. Okay. He could have maybe gone back, but queen f6. Okay. I'm not sure in whose favor the exchange of the queens is actually. Difficult to say. I mean, I would say a little bit maybe more in white's favor, because then maybe the bishops can... Maybe the king can come into the center, but I don't know really. Queen takes f6, knight takes f6, rook d1. Yeah, maybe a little bit in white's favor, because black's queen was more useful because it was defending d6, and white's queen was actually quite useless. It was just moving around, doing very little. Now at least d6 is a bit tender. Rook b6, nothing major, but still, yeah, small things. Rook db1, rook cb8, h3, okay, knight fd7, and bishop c3. And actually the exchange of rooks, okay, rook b2, rook b2, rook b2, bishop b2, yeah? And white made to move 40, and black should make the next move and to move 40th move, and then they get extra time. So exchange of rooks, whose favor is it? I would again say maybe a little bit in white's favor, because now the king can roam more easily, yeah? Just imagine the king getting to b4. Yeah, then it would be great for white. Yeah, that pawn on a4 can be weak. So I think these exchanges of the heavy pieces was somewhat in white's favor. Black should still be fine, but now at least there is some sort of a idea for white. Okay, maybe getting the king to b4, maybe just advancing on the king side with g4, trying to open the scope a little bit for the bishops. This is a long game lies ahead here, so it's equal, but if anybody, white continues to probe. Okay, king f7 being played as the last move of the control. White tries to probe, and then black tries to keep it as it is. So a long game ahead here. Yeah. And so okay, we can move now to the match. So let's see how that one goes. So game 2 of the match, Grandelius with white opens with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and knight f6. The Berlin, yeah. I love the Berlin. I have to admit I love the Berlin. Everybody hates it. I love it, simply because it's I have an opinion that is not popular, and that is that actually it's a it's a professional weapon, you would say, yeah. It's hated by the masses because it's dull, but that it's strength, yeah. It dulls white's attacking weapon, yeah, which is the Ruy Lopez, yeah, the Spanish. So as a professional, I have always admired it. As a fan, I understand why people hate it, but it's reality, and we have to deal with this. So it's the perfect, you could say, the perfect match opening. Yeah? And need I remind you that 23 years ago, when the Berlin was launched into elite chess, thanks to Vladimir Kramnik, who used it to dethrone Garry Kasparov. So Kasparov couldn't do anything, and nobody can do anything against it, even up to date, 23 years later. And we see here, trying it. So short castle. D3 is like considered, let's say, more of a fighting chance. Fighting, if white doesn't want to go for castle, D3 is the move. But here also, after bishop c5, what white has been trying to do, and you could see quite a few Carlsen games from the just finished Rapid and Blitz after bishop c5, bishop c6. Yeah, Nakamura also played it, bishop c6, dc6, and then just a lot of maneuvering. Yeah, so at least both sides, equal position, but both sides try to maneuver, and it's a game. So this is not as boring as the popular opinion usually is. Actually, the games here can be quite interesting with attacks as well. I think there were quite a few games. I think Nakamura played this plan of short castle, king h1, then g4, knight h4, knight f5, and so on. He played it also at the Rapid and Blitz. So games can be quite interesting here. But okay, being a match, safety first. So Grandelius went for short castle, and after knight e4, he didn't go for the endgame after d4, knight d6, and so on, but he went for rook e1. Another popular choice. Is the safest by far line for white. where he tries to get this something minimal in the opening, and play for safety, and just without any risk. Knight d6, bishop f1, knight e5 first, okay, bishop e7, now bishop f1, knight takes e5, rook takes e5, short castle, and d4. The alternative is knight c3, both are possible. And here black has a choice, either to go bishop f6 or to go knight e8. Currently bishop f6 is preferred, and now rook e2. This strange looking move was I think introduced by Carlsen in his match against Karyakin in 2016. It's a curious move that looks a bit awkward, but at this time I don't really remember the subtleties of it. I think there was something between about queen being able to come to e1, or something like taking on e2 with the queen, and then the queen is a bit better placed. I can't really remember, but it has been diffused over the years. There's more than one way. I remember that game Carlsen Karyakin went something like b6, threatening bishop a6, and now rook e1. And you would say, okay, what is going on here? But there are quite a few subtleties, And in fact, Carlsen managed to outplay Karyakin from this position, and I think he was winning, but he messed up, and it was a draw at the end. One of the ways to deal with rook e2 is the move knight c4. I think it was first played by Kramnik. In fact, it's a move that immediately takes advantage of white's last move, which was rook e2, that stops the bishop from controlling the c4 square, and black uses that square to improve the position of the knight, to move it from in front of the d pawn, and allows for d5, or maybe just drop back to b6 and then d5. So b3 by white, knight drops back to b6, and then d5 will follow. So a4. Okay, trying to harass the knight, but now knight d5. Okay, this is not what I expected, but I guess it's quite possible. I suppose it was also possible to play a5. Should be fine, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is some sort of theory. So knight d5. Now c4 is met by knight b4, and the knight is safe on b4. It's a good spot. So bishop b2 by Grandelius, but this allows knight f4. What a career of the knight, So let's count: knight f6, knight e4, knight d6, knight c4, knight b6, knight d5, knight f4. 7 moves out of 13 for the knight. That's quite a career. Okay, hitting the rook e3, and now finally d5. So in spite of spending half of his moves on knight moves, black is fine here, because the bishop on b2 is not great, and the position remains symmetrical, and black is solid, and it should be fine, but black is solid everywhere in the Berlin, so it's not surprising, But okay, there are still a lot of pieces on the board. So knight d2 played by Grandelius, and now c5. This is an active way to treat the position. Using the fact that the pawn is pinned, and because the bishop on b2 is not protected, c5. I'm sure he could have gone c6 as well, c6, and then just keeping as it is. Even though these type of positions moves like a5, and they are like, some white players enjoy this. Let's put it like this, okay, knight d2. Amin went for c5, c5, and now the pawn is hanging, so he went for c3. Could he go knight f3 maybe? Bishop g4, okay, this is quite a good activity for black. This is quite a nice activity for black, So you see, Berlin is not all dull. I mean, things can become active. Okay, he went c3, and after cd, we get this fixed center, where, it's fine, rook e8, not just exchanging rooks, but also getting the rook away from possible attack after bishop a3. Okay, rook e8, queen e8, queen f3, attacking the knight on f4, bishop g5. Okay, this looks a bit loose, but maybe it's just possible. I mean, I guess the knight can't move because the pawn on d5 is hanging, so not sure what black can do. Maybe some initiative here for white. Yeah, okay, bishop g5 and bishop c3. Now, why bishop c3? I mean, I understand the knight there was a threat maybe of knight h6, knight h3, but couldn't white do something else? And the knight on d3 is like strangely short of squares. So, I don't know. Can he go knight b1? Looks weird, yeah. Maybe queen e1, yeah. Strange move, but looks too strange. I don't know. So he went bishop c3, yeah. And now it's okay. H5 by black. Okay, it's threatening some bishop g4. Yeah, I mean objectively it's an equal position, but then again it's still there are a lot of pieces and a lively piece play. Yeah, black is kind of active on the king side. There are threats like bishop g4, maybe h4, and so on. But then on the other hand, it's a bit loose that the knight on f4 cannot move because the pawn on d5 is hanging. So so there are some tactical moments here. But if black manages to stabilize it, like to let's say defend the pawn on d5 safely, and then it should be fine. Yeah. So a lot will depend what happens in the later phase. Both for now, both players have enough time, so they should be able to control the position. But if things get still complex, remain complex when they get short of time, then things can happen. Yeah. So yeah, it's an unclear position. Yeah. Okay, so we will take another short break. We'll have to see with how the game continues, how the game develops, and we will see if we come back. Yeah. Okay, queen g3 played for white, but now there is no more attack on d5, so maybe a move like knight e6 is possible. Yeah. Yeah. So okay, we will take a break now, and we will keep you posted on the developments. Yeah. See you soon. Hi, welcome back. And here we are, and we will concentrate now our attention on the second game of the match between Grandelius and Amin. So we left off the position on move 20 when Black played the move h5 and introducing these ideas with bishop g4 and so on. So White played queen g3, moving away from these threats. And now I mentioned that the move knight e6 is possible, but that it's probably not ideal for Black because then the bishop on c8 would be a little bit stuck. Yeah. So Black played the move f6, which is kind of, well, move at least I didn't expect. As it, I mean, it defends the bishop on g5, but it feels a bit loosening. And White played h4. So I'm not sure what happened after the natural knight f3. And I guess, but then problem is that if bishop h6, there is bishop d2, and the knight on f4 is hanging, and this is bad for Black. So after knight f3, he must have wanted to do something else. But what is that? The bishop is hanging, so it can't move away. So what's possible? I mean, if knight e6 now, I think just even taking on g5 is great because just pair of bishops, even rook e1. So that can't be it. So h4 maybe, but then just knight h4. And where is the compensation here? Maybe knight h5, and then the knight is falling. Yeah. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, this is actually quite complex. Yeah. Because if this works for White, he's winning, and if he doesn't, he's losing. So that's the line Grandelius had to calculate. Yeah. But what's happening here? Okay, if the queen moves, let's say to f3, bishop takes the knight. Does White have something here for the piece? Okay, if queen d5, just queen f7 or bishop e6. Doesn't look okay. Let's see, queen d5 check. Bishop e6. Yeah, if queen f7, there is queen d8 maybe. Yeah, or even bishop c4. Okay, it looks messy. Definitely looks messy. Yeah, it looks messy. So bishop h4, and if something like rook e1 instead, then queen f7. And now what? Now what? Okay, g4 traps the knight. What is this? I mean, even if White's sake, okay, White will regain the piece, but is this actually an improvement over the starting position where he chose h4? So let's say move Black develops bishop d7, g takes h5. Yeah, I mean, okay, White is a pawn up, but this pawn is not really that valuable. It's like scattered and everything. So even if like everything is exchanged, White won't win the pawn endgame. So it's quite unclear. Yeah? So actually this is a good moment to kind of reflect a little bit, because after f6 that was the decision that White had to make. Do I go for this sharp line, when in some lines I'm sacrificing, maybe it's, okay, after queen d5 it's a piece sacrifice, after rook e1 I get the piece back, but it's a scattered position? Or do I continue in a more, let's say, keep the position as it is? Yeah. So it's a typical situation in a game when you play a game. Yeah. You have this choice, like, do I enter something that changes the character of the position, or do I keep it as it is? And then Grandelius actually decided to keep it as it is. He went h4. Yeah. Stopping h4 by Black, bishop h6, only move. And now a knight f3. Yeah. So knight f3, the idea is rook e1 most likely. Yeah. And okay, the position stays as it is, but what does that mean? Yeah. What do we have here? Yeah. It's well, I mean, the knight on f3 doesn't really have good squares to go to again. It wasn't good on d2. It's not much better on f3. It does allow for rook e1, but even if rook e1 happens, then there is like nothing really white can do on the open file. So I mean, it has to be concluded that black is fine here. In fact, it's kind of the knight on f4, bishop on a6, they are quite annoying. Okay, bishop g4 by black. Another active move, yeah. So they are kind of annoying. They are subject to some bishop d2 ideas, but for now, okay, bishop d2 may be possible now actually. Okay, bishop d2, the knight is hanging, cannot move. So maybe queen b8. That looks weird, but maybe it's like white cannot untangle. I mean, the queen on g3 is curiously dominated by this knight on f4, bishop on g4. It cannot move. Yeah, and it's really pretty claustrophobic there. The knight on f3 similarly doesn't have good squares to maybe h2 to get rid of that bishop, but then what? The only square to go to is go back to f3 from where there are no prospects. So it's a very, very interesting position. Yeah, where white is suffering from this lack of coordination of his pieces, and in fact the queen is not very well placed on g3, the knight on f3, and black has active pieces, but which are preventing whites from becoming active. So it's a very, very curious position. Yeah. Will white manage to untangle? Would some exchange occur? It's not quite clear. Yeah, what happens here? Yeah. So okay, white is thinking. Okay, is knight h2 actually possible? Knight h2, hitting the bishop. Bishop can just go back, and then what happens? Nothing. Yeah, and knight must go back. So doesn't achieve anything really. Okay, if rook e1 is another move. Rook e1. Queen is attacked. Where does it go? Can it go to g6 maybe? Queen g6. But then maybe bishop d2, and when does the knight go? But then there are tricks, yeah? Take on f3, knight h3 check, the bishop is hanging. Okay, it can become tactical quickly. If they go queens to g6, and if it doesn't go to g6, where does it go? Bishop d2 is always an issue for black, so okay, maybe let's say to d7, and after bishop d2, maybe queen d6, instead of going to b8, yeah? And how does white untangle? So knight on f4 is well protected. The bishop on g4 is stable. Knight h2 achieves nothing, so it doesn't really matter much. Yeah. So actually, we have the because of the delay, we have the players here who have actually finished the game. And we can actually ask them how the game went, because what we have is the position after bishop g4, and now maybe I can invite the players to join me. Hey guys, can you please?
I forgot about the delay. It's a bit strange.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, but we are
coming.
Exactly, yeah. But we can still show how the game went. Okay.
Yeah.
So the game, I was just looking at some moves like knight h2, rook e1, bishop d2.
Yeah. I played.
Kind of what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I played bishop d2.
I played bishop d2. Okay.
Yeah. Bishop d2 and queen e4 was played.
Queen e4. Okay.
Yeah.
Queen e4, just defending the
Yeah,
knight.
because knight e2 is a good blunder. I mean, oh my god.
Here, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
knight e2 I can always take, and I always have this bishop b5 move after bishop takes
takes.
d2.
Yeah, and if bishop, yeah. Okay,
bishop d2, bishop b5.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
I have to play queen b8 or what after bishop d2?
Yeah, bishop b5. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
nice move, yeah. And the bishop is gone, yeah? He's lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I have also queen e4 here, I thought, but knight d2, queen d4, rook a2.
Rook a2 is there.
oh, yeah,
that's
that's a
the
very
pro-
nice line. Okay,
yeah, that's the
knight
problem.
d2, queen d4, and rook a2 defending both the rook and the knight.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
everything. That's game over.
Yeah.
So after, what was it?
Yeah, I played bishop d2, queen e4.
Okay, bishop d2, queen e4.
Queen b8, yeah, I had to play. Just
Probably queen
But
b8.
queen b8, yeah, queen b8 was a weird move. I mean, just.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's possible, but it's only because somehow this apparently doesn't work. So rook e1, queen f5,
rook e1.
and now I play this move knight h2, which in my opinion was a very logical move.
Yeah, to get rid of the bishop, right? Now there is
exactly.
no
Now
bishop
the
f5.
the bishop simply doesn't have any squares.
Exactly.
If I'm in time to take it,
Yeah, then okay, you can untangle slowly, yeah?
yeah. I mean, or even bishop takes f4 is not entirely equal. Maybe later. But he took on g2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it gets really tactical. I was talking about this. I mean, people hate Berlin, but it can actually be
No,
interesting.
this was very interesting. Bishop d3,
Okay.
queen d7. This is still the game.
Yeah, queen d7.
And here, I didn't really see what the black. I played bishop b5 to kick the queen away,
Okay.
but then queen f5 back.
Yeah.
And I couldn't really see what was going on, so I just went bishop d3 and we.
And this is how it finished.
Yeah. And I
Oh,
thought
it was a draw.
we both sort of felt that this was
Yeah.
normal, I think.
Wow.
But apparently, so apparently I can take on.
Take on g4, yeah?
Yeah, I was trying to understand what was going on in this position.
You must take h takes, because knight f6 after bishop d2, so it can't do that.
And here, I mean, I only considered to take on
What's
g2.
rook c1? Rook c7.
Rook c7, but this is kind
Okay,
of...
let's say I take on g2, it's more normal. King takes g2.
Okay.
Bishop takes d2, rook e2.
Yeah.
I was trying to understand, like, who is playing for what here.
Exactly. This is quite unclear. I mean, white is a pawn down, but then it's not so clear to activate the... do something on the light
Actually,
squares.
this king is big long-term. Yeah, long-term weakness. To be honest, I thought this is just very safe for black, but...
I mean, it's quite sharp, yeah? I mean, it's like, okay, you have to move the bishop, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there into c7
Yeah, or
maybe.
to h6, it's hard to say. But maybe this makes more sense, yeah, bishop c7.
Since queen d6 if you can...
Yeah, bishop c7, queen d6,
Yeah.
I didn't really, I mean... It's very hard for me to evaluate what was going on.
Yeah, this is quite complex.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I see now engine is suggesting h5 with idea.
No,
to
but
put
this
the
is
queen on h4,
but this is
impossible.
really difficult.
So I
Yeah.
simply thought, like there is some counter. Also, rook e8, I missed that. I always have bishop b5. I thought you were even threatening to trade, but
I need
so this actually I could have played, but
But even if here it's not quite
it's
clear.
not clear at all. I thought.
But okay, I have a question.
But I simply this knight h2 is in fact a very bad move.
Here, yeah?
By me, yeah.
I mean, okay, but...
No, not here. A couple of moves.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
like
it
this,
was bishop d2.
d2.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm just...
Yeah. Rook e1, queen f5.
Yeah, rook e1, queen f5, and now rook e7.
Apparently, I mean, I just thought like...
No, but knight h2 is natural because you want to get rid of all this
I
stuff.
thought it's black is the one who has pressure against on the king side.
Yeah.
Also bishop f3, yes?
Bishop takes f3,
And
exactly.
knight h3 and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't really... I saw this move, rook e7, but I thought...
Yeah, but then there were
I
this...
thought it's quite naive to go for this b7 pawn while black...
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, I didn't calculate it very well, but...
Engine just takes with pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Bishop
G
takes f3, g takes f3.
G takes f3, so no tricks,
actually, even
yeah?
if I take with the queen...
Yeah, okay, so if you take with the queen, is that...
With such an active rook,
Knight
I should
h3?
still,
Yeah, queen h3.
Yeah, just go to the ending and I get b7.
Queen
no?
h... Yeah, queen
It's
h3.
also better for me.
Yeah.
G8.
No, I should have calculated this rook e7
Bishop
much more
d2.
careful.
Bishop d2 and rook b7, yeah? Yeah, this should be fine. I mean, just okay, pawn up, yeah?
It looks very good for white in
Could
my
be
opinion.
two also, yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
No, but it's clear that this is
This
very
is
bad.
yeah.
Okay.
Bishop c3 maybe.
Yeah, I mean drawing chances, but like
Yeah,
white has
I will suffer,
white is
of course.
extra
exactly.
pawn without.
Exactly.
So this one, but I don't know what you felt
but,
because I really also didn't feel like
Yes.
I was like much better here.
But there was one point in the game...
No, I felt I was pressing there, but...
Visually it
Like
appeared
these
like that.
pieces
Yeah.
are-
Visually,
yeah.
But there was a curious moment here when he played f6.
No, this was the most
Yes.
interesting moment because
Yeah.
knight
This is bad, yeah? Oh my
No, I'm not clear. I mean, it's unclear actually.
because for us
I had a feeling like I played a very good move. This is...
f6.
Yeah.
No, the point of course knight f3.
Yeah, this is the key
most
line,
natural,
Yeah.
Knight f3 and the point is of course h4.
H4? No, sorry, no. H4. Yeah, this is what I was
Because other
looking
move
at. Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
H4, knight
h4,
h4,
knight
knight
h5.
h5. And now
I
queen
moved queen
f3, bishop
takes
h4, and now
rook
you have
1.
two choices. You can go queen d5 and you can go queen e1. Because queen d1 is kind of more unclear. Okay, you win you remain a piece down, but maybe you take on b7, and these pieces are kind of out of play. But rook e1,
Rook e1 was my main calculation.
Exactly. You get the piece back. Okay, queen f7.
Okay, already
g4.
This is not so easy to understand.
Yeah. You get the piece back, but I wasn't sure. I mean, your pawn up, but it's not kind of a good pawn. Yeah, and it didn't appear that black has that many difficulties here.
I mean, if I was 100% sure I would win the piece back, I would go for it.
Not so
I saw this g4 because also queen g6 is a move instead of. But queen g6 then I have bishop e2. Instead of queen.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, like queen g6.
Queen g6.
Here I have bishop e2.
Bishop d3 maybe.
Bishop d3, bishop
f5. It wasn't then knight f6, but
bishop
e2
is very nice.
Because it has to be met by g6. That's why queen f7.
Yeah.
So queen f7.
Yeah, queen f7, g4. Yeah.
And now I missed. I thought he couldn't play queen g6 again.
But
I missed queen takes
h5.
Queen takes h5.
Exactly.
Queen takes h5. Take by queen, not by.
Exactly. Check and
this
you
is what I missed. Yeah.
Yes, and then queen h5 next.
Mate, yeah. King h7, bishop d3 probably.
King.
Or
h7.
again f5, yeah.
Again f5. Not
just take.
Yeah, but I simply missed that the queen.
Yeah,
not the pawn.
You're not pinned.
No, because this. I mean, actually here, we both felt that it was a very critical moment, and knight f3 is very interesting.
Exactly.
But I simply couldn't get it to work cleanly.
Yeah, but this is very indicative. I mean, okay, this shows the viewers like what great grandmasters miss, you know.
Yeah.
But it's very deep. It's somewhere in the calculations and how that affects your decision at the beginning. Yeah.
No, we both understood. Of course.
Yes, of course.
Piece sacrifice is very dangerous for
black.
Yes. But you sit there, you try to calculate, you don't find anything clear, and
exactly, and you decide otherwise.
I can practically. Exactly. I mean, I can play some position like I don't know, with two pawns and some initiative.
Yeah.
But this would be a complete mess, and
exactly.
I mean, I could also be worse.
Yeah. I was talking about this. Yeah. How your decision is I mean decided or like affected by what you calculate. And the calculation goes deep, and if you miss something critical there, you make a different decision, and this affects the direction of the game.
No, it's interesting. I would guess in a classical game, okay, first of all, probably you would not play f6.
Exactly.
But also I would most probably be able to calculate all this.
Exactly. Yeah. Because basically this should be fine for black. Okay.
No, this is,
you don't go f6.
There is no reason black is
knight
worse.
6 or something.
Normal.
Okay.
Just equal. I thought.
Should be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, maybe the bishop now is not so active, but the knight is stable
but
and like
no real weaknesses.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's in general just equal now.
Yeah.
F6 was an interesting attempt to.
To play more dynamic way. Yeah.
And it gets complicated, but apparently more so for black than white.
Yeah.
No, because after h4, apparently.
After h4, it's fine for black. Yeah, it appears
but this was also what I felt. It's just I didn't trust knight.
Knight. Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Here. I mean, like I saw this move, for instance, queen g6. If you want to, it's just equal. I guess this ending, like nothing special is going on.
Yeah. Queen g6. Yeah, it was just.
But no, actually, I kind of expected what happened in the it felt very
natural.
Natural
for both.
Yes.
This whole sequence.
Yeah, to play on domination, the queen, the knight.
Because my queen is so out of play on g3.
Yeah.
But in fact, there is no way forward, for black.
No, black can just keep the pieces there. Like go queen b8 or something and just keep the pieces
this
there.
Of course, but I mean later in the game with this queen on f5.
I'm stuck in a way.
It's black is actually stuck, Because we both thought that this queen is out to play on g3, some tactical possibilities, and it felt not so comfortable for white. So.
Yeah. But in fact,
but then you see, and then you're just winning for white because there is no way forward.
There's some tricks like knight e2 and bishop f4 trapping the queen, but okay, you always have bishop d3 probably.
Yeah, but also I mean,
it's not easy.
No,
it's not easy to
to give me all these options.
And for instance, this just to show like what the engine was saying after this queen f5.
Okay.
Like rook is where am I? Not this one.
Which one?
Immediately.
Rook e1, queen f5. Yeah. Okay.
Like just to see like.
Rook e7. Yeah.
I mean, just to say that after bishop takes f3.
You have
You simply don't calculate g takes f3.
No, you don't.
With 5 minutes each, it's simply not a move that.
No. No, you don't play like this.
Plus 2.5, like objectively winning for
winning,
white.
Yeah.
Not even better, just winning.
Yeah, just winning.
But you simply don't calculate such a move, or at least I don't. Because
no, it's just
not strong enough.
To play like this and it's
and
like
also for you, most probably. Like you see, you can even rook c8, rook c2,
yes,
for instance,
yes.
or what. You simply don't even look at it. Yeah?
No. You just play like what comes naturally, intuitively.
Yeah.
But very interesting game
but
actually.
But knight 3 was a pity that I didn't.
follow through with the calculation.
I mean, also it could have gone 6 as well. Yeah. It could have gone either way. Here, yeah.
Instead of taking on f3.
Yeah, also knight g6.
And something to calculate also.
Also, yeah.
Maybe just rook b7 and.
Rook takes b7 and.
But then what?
Because bishop takes f3, there is bishop takes h6, I guess.
Yeah.
And take on d2.
Take on d2.
Just simply take back.
And then f3 is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen c7 is coming also. I mean.
Yeah. This is just nothing.
Yeah. No, I mean, no. Okay, it's clear that it doesn't work.
The pieces are just.
But I'm not really regretting so much this because it's not so easy. But this knight f3 earlier, it felt so promising and it was so tempting.
It was a critical moment of the game.
Of course, you can come back and you can see that it's -1 if you go. I mean, it can also happen. That's the point. But seeing that it actually worked and you were so tempted and you were calculating, like, I spent like half my remaining time on this decision.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, on this knight f3 to sacrifice the piece.
Yes.
And then it's a pity to get it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why we have to work harder, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, guys, thanks. It was an exciting game. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll see you again. Yeah. Okay, so we saw the finish of this very exciting game 2 of the match between Grandilius and Amin. And with this, we will wrap up our commentary for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Learned something a little bit. I did. Until tomorrow. Have a good night.